Okay, now that was said, hello everyone, and welcome to Little Squid League 13, up and coming and coming back after the recent reset. I'm Jorian, and I'm here with Noodles.
Hi, everyone. Good day wherever you are in the world.
So yeah, we'll be starting off, first match coming in is maybe 50 seconds. Ivina versus Arcadia. Arcadia's opponent No Diving but Starbit just recently formed, and Ivina has been a long time actually as a team. Noodles, so do you know anything about these teams at all?
I do not, but I'm really excited to see how this plays out on Reef Tower Control.
Hmm. Then if we are done from that, let's talk about the maps. TC the Reef Game 1, Waymaker Manta Game 2, and Game 3 is Bastions on Mako if needed. Oh no, actually it's playoffs, so we are going to be going up to there.
Yeah, we'll get into these three plays out.
So, if about talking about the Reef, since we're starting up there, quickly in 3 words, what can you say about that map?
I only need two: the bridge or bridge control. That is the one most crucial area of the map you want to get control of from the very beginning.
Okay, cool. And out of that, we're gonna be starting off with Irida in the teal and Arcadia with in the orange. With Irida going with a more aggressive comp and no backup, but we see on Arcadia with a backline of Starpit with the heavy spotting remix.
Oh, we already see one going down on the orange. That is,
Arcadia.
yeah, Arcadia.
But yeah, with Arcadia coming down, that's actually going to lead them to one man off, but immediately to come back. Maybe they have quick respawn on there, but where you see right now, Arita actually going out to the first check with actually two down inside Arcadia. Actually, for them, having bit control, what you actually said, no, is important, which is definitely giving them the advantage right now, and actually getting one down with the ends up, and actually Arita is going to go to the second checkpoint.
For sure, they have so much control of this map that no one can really challenge the tower at this point, and the players sitting on tower can just say they're very comfortably, and they already got 2 checkpoints down already.
Yeah, with that boost, they actually giving them a little bit more argument for Arcadia, and actually giving them a little bit of map control in mid, with the rain coming up from Kiwi as well, with the armor coming out as well. No one, oh nope, now so is on tower, and they have a chance to move on to the first checkpoint. But actually, Arcadia having their slightly revenge and having them camp the base, but Ravid having a little sneak for Garami. And actually did get sneak and getting one down. Maybe getting a double down now. Actually that's three down the side of Arcadia, giving the tower back to Irene with the Booyah just to save it off.
Yeah, I always see one player jump out, and now Arita can just take back map control very easily.
Yep. And for right now, what would be the best plan for Arcadia to do? Since it seemed like they're backed up, like, what should they try to do?
They do not have any special ally right now. I think the best course of action right now would be to build special and make a very organized push. But I guess they don't need that right now.
Yeah?
They're able to clean it up a bit and have a little breathing room.
Yeah.
Regroup and stuff.
Yeah, and actually what you said about budget coordination, the rain actually probably got melee, and the Booyah and the K-Weapon actually having the ball going already, but no one's on tower, surprisingly. They're actually going for the aggro until now, but two down on the side of Irene. They're actually trying to push up with the Kiwi for the Tri-Slaughter. As we're just seeing inside going in 2v1, getting killed by the Archshot and getting killed by the NSEP as well. And the K-Weapon's going down, that's still leading to Utopia on the tower, going to the second checkpoint now with the Booyah from Kiwi. Man, actually, that ends up on the side. Maybe going for a sneak.
Yeah, the Booyah was placed slightly behind tower, but it really separates whoever's on the tower with the players. So I think that, yeah, that was able to stop the push for a little bit.
Yeah, and that was actually a great 3v2 situation on the side of Arcadia, actually getting three of the side of players of OV down with only 2 minutes remaining. And the Booyah actually ready on the side of Arcadia. They can actually have a chance to just keep this safe, with the ball actually coming out right now. And they have the tower control. Ball might be popped out a little bit too early on the other side, but they have a really basically can't right now unless one of them can go for a sneak. And that's actually going to go for Kiwi, actually going to go for Nessa with the armor. And actually one down, that's not actually down, but the ends up down. The CDS down as well. And the Brio coming out to save tower, but no one's still on tower again on this map with only 1 minute 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we saw all 4 members of the they on left side of the map in the alley area trying to approach tower. That may be easier for them because they do not have a backline or a long range weapon compared to Arcadia. So approaching from side versus head on would be probably easier for them.
Yep, and that's definitely what happened, and definitely working out for them. Ball was inside. Okay, they all think the easy route, and they're just trying to go as safe as possible. They're playing with the range, but they're playing a bit too passive on this side though, and that's for right now giving Irene, once again at the start of the game, the advantage of giving map control and just getting a lot of sneaks. Mostly the shouts for the Archer and maybe the K Pro as well, but Nesta actually playing up a lot of good armor. The same with side of Arcadia's armor as well, but actually the armor going down. This is basically the last hope for Arcadia actually get some points.
Oh, another kill. But now, I think Arcadia will need to make a very strong last push. We only have 30 seconds on the clock.
Yep, and with the 30-second clock, with a man down inside Arcadia, it's Sentinel, but with the special coin, it's going up more, but arm probably up bit early with no push on the side of Arcadia, but they're trying to go for max control and power, and actually the Bane popping out as well. 9 seconds remaining, armor and storm coming out as well on the side. I mean, all specials coming out, 2 side Arcadia down, the snake coming out from Irene. Overtime, that's 3 down, okay, and that'll be it for the first game. Irene gets the first point.
Yeah, it's in the end we see Arcadia having all 4 special coming online one after another, but they couldn't really form a push. After popping all of them, maybe it was just too late in the game when we tried to organize that push, and it just couldn't happen in such short amount of time.
Yeah, basically just what happened that whole time. Again, what you did say in the half game point was they needed special coordination, and in that scenario, they definitely popped all of the special coordination, but Ivy just had the upper advantage and did the same thing. Wall for overall for Arcadia, they definitely could have done more special coordination, but they felt a little bit more panicked.
Yeah, panic is the word, I think, when you see that timer ticking off down to 0 really soon. It's really hard to have the composure to stay calm and still do everything right at that point. But I think it was a really exciting game. There were a lot of back and forth, and you see the map control flip really quickly between the 2 teams in the middle of the game. That was really interesting to see.
Yep. And that's what basically the Squid League is right now. Coming back, there's just beautiful matches coming out. As a great return. This is honestly one of the great matches as well. But as we see right now on the screen, with a beautiful and a wonderful staff of streaming, aka Jub, thank you for showing this, and we have a great new overlay, great new stream stuff. Like the other matches you can see right now, Deep Inco having to win right now, Night Logic winning right now, Forge Perfect winning right now, and their sets in the group.
Oh, very cool. This is my first time seeing other groups' results in the overlay.
Yeah, and Serpent are actually winning their own group as well, of 7. But yeah, with 10 seconds on the clock left remaining, we're going to go to Manta Maria Rainmaker. Oh boy, this would be either a really sneaky game or really straightforward game.
Exactly. I can't tell you how many times I look back and someone on the other team was already carrying the Rainmaker behind me.
Just 15 seconds, you can just get the pickup. But we can see right now for the weapon sets of Ivy and Arcadia. Arcadia's actually going to go with the double armor this time and maybe go and change for the missiles instead of arc shot. But actually on the side of Ivy, they're going with the same comp.
It's very interesting to see double armor on Rainmaker. You definitely don't see that too often.
Yeah, you definitely don't see it too often. Mostly for this, you might want to go for a little bit of match control, maybe go for double missiles or keep the range, but it seems like they might just want to do double arm because they seem that they might be a little bit too passive and they want to keep with it.
That makes sense.
As we see in the first off, the Buddha coming out and actually one down. That's actually going to be a trade. That's going to be
So
two down on the
that's
side of Arcadia.
right now. Arena can make a push. They seem to be picking the right side, the sneaky route.
Maybe. Or they actually might be
Or
disbanding on themselves and might be going left.
they have good bunker control, and now they're in the street. The missiles are able to stall the push for a little bit, but they seem to be able to get to that area just before you drop down to pit. Dropping down to pit is the hard part of this push, usually.
Yes, it definitely is the hard, but because you're going to be in the choice one of actually being in a 4v1 scenario at the sneak area of basically at the snipe area, I mean, the basically nearby the bunker area in mid, and basically the funnel there, it could be a whole TV just somebody spawns back. But as of right now, Arcadia has the Rainmaker right now, and they have more map control in mid, basically having more control. But with the armor actually coming out of the side of a read, they're basically going to have more loose ends. With the ends up actually being picked up solo by the side of Kibi and maybe Norco. He's not going to hang up really well, and actually Origami going out at 12, and the Rainmaker actually does reset going to the side of Irene right now since they have more control mid.
Yeah, they are able to pop the Rainmaker really quickly, and they don't really have anything else contesting them in mid, so they're able to get map control in mid very fast.
Yeah, and as of right now, there is 2 times on the side of Irene, but Noodles, for right now, we do see like both teams are trying to play it more equal, more stalemate, but for Irene, they had more of a push control. For Arcadia, what do you think they should do for right now? Like, who should they pick off or anything like that?
In my opinion, I think the inkjet would be a big inkjet on Iridia's side would be a really big threat whenever they pick up the Rainmaker. So yeah, I think that would be my first concern.
So picking off the Archer would be a good idea.
Yeah, that would be my priority, I think.
As you can see right now with the KDs, it definitely does look like pretty well with a forward kill advantage right now. But for the CDS, putting about 4 range right now. Wow, okay. And actually the Tri-Shot is stopping up, and that's the armor pickup. And actually the K-Shot going down with the Tri-Shot going down as well. Narco with the CDS actually popping up forward. Oh, there goes the cheese.
Yeah, they brought it down to 10 now. That's a really hard lead to recover from. Because that's almost at a pedestal. Once you have the Rainmaker and you drop into pit, the other team usually does everything, like they throw bombs at it, just spam everything. It's really hard to get down to pedestal once you're in pit.
Yeah, once you're there, it's basically just bomb spam and just RNG aim on that, and really with all these weapons. It's going to be a pain for them, but the Tri-Stars had a more lucky pick in that scenario. But for right now, again, I feel having the advantage of 10 points, but for the side of, okay, they have 89, but they're being picked up one by one because of the map control that Irene has, which is super massive in mid. And they have to stick as well still. Just basically, Arcadia is just playing so defensive to focus on grouping instead of just actually going for pushes, because the Rainmaker, you want to go for pushes as much as possible, even though if it might kill you, just be grouped together, yes, for sure. But again, go for pushes, please. This is what a Rainmaker would do on any kind of weapon. Again, for the Tri-Touch, you're going up with another armor, and actually that's double armor, so that might be a lot of weight because they popped it up too early. But the Rainmaker reset, there's one down inside of Reed. What, 2 down the side of me right now. This is still time for push for Arcadia, with the Bria coming out as well. And the 10th pitch is actually coming up, but the Bria is going to come out any second right now because they have a chance of pushing, unless they have the Enzap Sneak and Kiwi and Archer with the Ancient that you said before, actually trying to go for the kill on the Rainmaker. And that's 2 down.
Well, unfortunately, he was not able to, I was gonna say he was not able to get a kill, but the rest of the team cleaned up for it really fast. So
yep,
now we had 3 down on Arcadia's side, and luckily still have control of most of the map, but they were not able to pop it in time. So this game could be going to Arcadia as well.
And at the end, was that a double kill on a bomb on the side of our read?
I did not notice. But yeah, in a small map, like a small map with like tight alleys like this, it's common to get double kills on bombs.
Oh,
for sure.
Yes. It's honestly fun if you get those as well. Not gonna lie,
I'm a junior main, and I clip those kind of things sometimes.
Yo, support players, wise up, let's go. But yeah, with that, mostly I read is 2-0 right now. So basically on this, you can say that I read basically took the set. But if Arcadia can get one win off this, and this is going to be the Splatoon match, basically their win-lose ratio would be still fine. Like it just for the side of groups, it's all based on overall win set, and for how match is going to be going after the rounds of Swiss, which is going to be 3 rounds of Swiss, we are going to be moving on to different brackets, which is top 4. The first place of each group will be going to Top Gun, which we will be streaming. Second place will be going to Silver bracket. Third will be going to Bronze bracket, and the fourth one is going to go to Emerald bracket, if I remember correctly.
I think so, yeah.
So yeah, basically, this will be hype for sure. And again, if OK would not get wiped in this, or if they could not get 3-0 in this, their win percentage could be definitely really well enough to be going to something like the winners back to going into silver bracket at least. But yeah, Mako Spot Zones Game 3.
This is another very tight map that missiles would work wonders on. And also, the team has to keep very good, take care of the 2 breakfasts on either side, because those are some really good flanking spots that would tries can easily climb up and use the geometry to take care of whoever's on the bunker over there.
So basically in this map, like you said, missiles will be good. You need to have more control of breakfast, and basically the sneak area would be the better scenario. If they have a sniper, or mostly for the backline of Sorbit, this could be a little bit of a scenario for the side of actually of Arcadia, with them having the back line. Yep, they still do have that. But actually on the side of Ivina, we do see a change. We do see our X-Splasher coming out on the side of Ivina. With actually a Trust coming out as well, and a CDS, a regular DS, and a Junior as well, which is double armor.
Yeah, both teams are running double armor right now. And we see Iridic getting an early armor to start the push with.
Yeah, with the soft push, actually doesn't do that much. But on the side of K, they actually do have a pretty good sword with a point of lead of 73. But with the actual bubble pop coming out from the expert launcher, they'll be going for the lead right now for Ivina. So having the more advantage of pain and a player man advantage as well. The charge starts going down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, now we see Arcadia getting back control of the left side. Getting control of both bunkers actually. So now they can really organize a push and push up. We see 2 players trying to go to the far left bottom side to do the flank. Yeah, so they're really a good position right now to get the lockout going on.
Yeah,
they
with
also
the lockout.
They also have the heavy on the bunker, so that's a range that the other team cannot really contest.
Oh, and actually, I just saw right now the Trust also going down, and the Expo going down actually as well. It's actually going to be a really good call on the side of Arcadia, and actually, I just said right now, earlier actually, with them actually going for a sneak, and actually the spotlight go on the bunker area of actually going for the whole map control. It was a little bit risky for them, but actually with the full map control, it was actually really good for them as well. And with the 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left, actually they are able to capture them in the pinch second that they needed.
Yeah. For a second, I thought those bubbles wouldn't really be popped, but then they followed up with missile, and that effectively captured the zone with some of its players painting.
Yep. With all the common getting insane. Actually, Dobbins getting a double secret sneak of a Triton and actually getting the win of Expo, which actually leaving back to having a more point lead and actually having them go for another sneak area, actually trying to go for another kill area with Dobbin and Kim on the left and Origami actually going to try this time, which is actually the really changeable pick actually from what he did before.
We get a deja vu moment seeing this lockout attempt going on for a second time on Arcadia's side.
And that definitely does happen. With actually all of Ivy actually getting the pain control and actually made up through the base of what people to try him out and actually going to be 2 down on the side of Arcadia with the try getting that double. And now Key with the last try alive on the side of Arcadia actually jumping back to mid. They're trying to go play it safe and now and just trying to go as much back control as possible. Maybe trying to get enough specials as possible as well.
Yeah, we see the Arena was able to push back in with those missiles in a tight map like this. Whenever missiles come in, there's really nowhere to hide. You have to back up a lot to be able to avoid that, and that gives a lot of space for the other team to push in.
Yep, basically just saying patience is key, and definitely okay, did do a little bit of patience with actually pushing back, and actually I really just maybe taking the long game, trying to go as much special, trying to go pop off with actually trying to go for things well with the missile coming out once again, and actually 1 down on the side of Arcadia, maybe 2 down. That is 2 down going down inside Arcadia. Origami maybe can block out 4 out of that, but actually pushing him back, give my read the zone.
We've been able to see Rayday capturing zone very quickly when they have the special, but we have yet to see them being able to keep the zone their color for a long time. So maybe Arcadia need to figure out a way to keep the Arcadia players at bay when they do have the zone control.
And it definitely looked like they're doing that right now with actually the CDS going down on the side of Arcadia to the trash toucher, but with 27 ticks remaining, 2 down inside each time, and Narco and Red keeping the zone with that, and actually Soda getting down by Narco, the CDS, and actually they might be able to punch it back unless they don't cap the zone because the Sorbet, Jorik and Kiwi are actually still alive.
We saw Arcadia getting a little bit impatient earlier, going in 1 by 1 with their players. Oh, and that is game.
You hate
Yeah.
to see it. That will be a reverse comeback win on the side of Ivy, going 3-0 in this set. But okay, almost having a chance to win this, having 3 points remaining at the start, but they were being a little bit impatient, like you did call out at the end, and they just costed the win in the end. So patience is key in zones.
Exactly, because when the timer ticks down, you don't have to go in. I think it's not fast like Rainmaker or Climbless. You have a lot. You still would have time usually to regroup. In my opinion, it usually takes like 10 or 15 seconds to time zone, or even less than that. So you can really wait until the last second to go in. I've seen so many games go down to 1, and then it becomes a comeback by the other team. Yeah, it just do be like that sometimes.
Yeah. So basically that will be it for the round 1 matches of Ivy vs Arcadia. As you can see right now on the side, with the other matches, we are seeing a lot of other matches coming to a close, and we'll be back going into round 2. If you have anything else to say.
Well, GG's to both teams, and the games are actually really exciting. Lots of back and forth, and excited to see what those teams are gonna do with the rest of the tournament.
Yep. GG's for sure, and we'll be back going into round 2 of Swiss. Okay, welcome back to Let's Squid League number 13 on this July 10th of 2021. With the introduction, I'm Joy once again, and now this time we're back with Squirrel. If you want to introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, I'm Squirrel. The first game of the set from Sparkling Sea versus Fallen Squids is going to be Rainmaker Starfish main stage, which is a map that can really snowball if you're not careful. Stingray is, just because it's Rainmaker, Stingray is good, so we might see a custom Jet Squelcher or a Charger.
But otherwise, yeah, it's honestly Waymaker, and there is the choke point of nearby the base of the ramp that can always happen to a lot of people if you go the wrong side of the ramp, or if you go the wrong side of the entrance. If you go for the sneak path, if you go for the left, you need to go full way to the right, but if you go on the right way, you might get stung out by the stingray, like you said. Really easily, just as straightforward. But otherwise, for Sparkling C versus Fallen Squid, we're going to be starting off actually immediately. With Sparkling C, I think right now having a 1-win advantage over on the group.
Yeah,
And there's a DC.
there's a disconnect.
So, Squirrel,
Maybe
since
their
we're
one and only
here.
replay.
Yeah, okay. And also, what are the weapon counts right now? Since
So we see
can-
a heavy splatling from Fallen Squids, which obviously has that Stingray, but no Stingray on the side of Sparkling Sea. You have the custom Hydro splatling, which gives them a little bit more range. The comps are very comparable. You have a K Pro and a Zap on both sides, and then the only difference between like a Neo Splash and a Kenza Splatter Shot and the splatling differences. But that's really similar comps for this map.
yeah. So, really in this kind of chance, unless Sparkling C wanted to go with a different weapon, but they didn't have enough time, and they DC'd because of it, we might be seeing this comp right now. So basically, the Hydra going to be going to armor. So we see Sparkling C mostly going to go for a more aggressive kind of push kind of way. And they don't want to go any pushback. They just want to keep the control as much as possible for the side of Fallen Squids. They see like a regular Waymaker kind of composition. And you said they had a K Pro and they had a Splash?
Yeah, both teams had a K Pro, and Sparkling Sea had a Neo Splash. And the interesting thing is, when you have a double armor composition, which Sparkling Sea had, you're looking to push in a lot more and be less defensive, but Stingray gets you more of a defense.
Yeah, and actually we do see that was actually right. Wait, they actually
Almost mirror
DC'd.
comps.
They actually DC'd to actually have this battling go into play instead of the Hydra. And the Capo DC'd. So this would
So
be
they
playing
have
on.
to play this because DC's
Right?
on both sides. Or yeah, no replay. Although that's 3 down from, or that's a full wipe on the side of Sparkling Sea. Fallen Squids is just gonna take the Rainmaker and push it.
That
Will Sparkling Sea be able to create a defense? No, that's the Junior going down.
this is honestly really weird, but it's Nintendo, so what do you expect? But really, for Fallen Squid, they just merely go with the sweep and the first win.
And yeah, that was a really early disconnect, so that was very unfortunate. But again, that was a really weird situation where they mirrored the comps essentially. A Neo Splash and a Kenza Splattershot Pro are very comparable.
Yeah, and still the surprising factor, the player DC'd to change it to a heavy splatling instead of the Hydra. But that could have been
Well,
just an only DC anyways
yeah.
as well, since they DC'd and they could have just DC'd in the lobby itself while in the waiting room.
Yeah. Climbless Piranha Pit is next. And maybe we're gonna see that double armor composition come out again because armor for Clamblets and just pushing up is really strong, so that'll allow them to get into their belt area easily.
Yeah, basically for this kind of map, what you really want to do is just have the armor and have a lot of map control, have a lot of pushing power, which is basically being the aggressive that you want to be. Having the bomb rush would be fine, having the missiles would be fine, but Rain would actually be really great on this, but don't play like a Stingray or something. Having like an armor combo with a Rain combo would be really good in some kind of turf control and map control. Turf control and actually pushing control.
Yeah, we might even Inkjet's also pretty good here. So we could see a lot of things from a Stingray to an Inkjet to even a Hammer. Like there isn't a special that's really super bad on this map mode.
Yeah, since it's fully open. But as you saw in the last set, even though it's been super quick with the unfortunate DCs, what do you think what Sparkling Sea do in this scenario with them going one down?
Yeah, if they have a fifth player, then maybe sub that in. If not, then I guess they're just gonna have to pray that Nintendo internet connection works. But hopefully we get some good games and less DCs.
And it looks like they are actually going to bring in a sub player for this match, so.
Yeah, they switched out their players, so hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll have good Wi-Fi now.
Yes. But yeah, we saw just like a very competition of a back line, maybe just two slayers and armor support on the side of Swollen Squids. They might just be pulling that off again, or maybe trying to go with more of an aggressive kind of comp, and going with the Stingray, or maybe going with the Sea Jet, or going for the Jet with missiles this time instead of the Stingray for game 2.
Yeah.
So, going to game 2, why not say the comps?
Yeah.
Squirrel.
We've got Kenzaduli's, the same Splatling, a Junior, and a Neo Flash. And then we have a shorter range comp from Fallen Squid, that being the Splattershot Pro, a Zap, a Slosher, and a Dynamo, with the Dynamo already going down, but it's a 3v3 situation in mid.
It seems like for the side of Fallen Squids, they have more of a shorter comp, but it doesn't really look like that. They look like they have a more mid-range comp overall, but they might just go for more power than anything, like they did on Sparkling Sea. But for right now, it basically looks like a close and even match right now, trying to figure out who's in control. But again, remember, this is Clam Blitz. You need to get enough clams to fill a power clam, and then fully push to the basket, and then just throw it as much as possible. As of right now, it's a stalemate, and we can see that Sparkling Sea has 15 clams, but they don't have any opportunity to push. But with 2 down on the side of Fallen Squid, they might be able to push right now, unless this doesn't get the last clam because he has 9.
Ooh, and that's 2 going down for Sparkling Sea. That's going to be a push coming the other way. And in the beginning of the game, in the first minute, it was just super scattered. But the power clam going down on Fallen Squids, hopefully Sparkling Sea can make a defensive stance.
And with the defense, I was the splash bomb was actually working out really well. With the Boo actually coming off and Dynamo, 2 down on the side of Sparkling Sea, actually keeping the power clams going, or the clams in general going for the side of Fallen Squid, bringing them down to 50 right now, but no clams because the clam respawn right now, it just respawned, and now they just need to wait for another actually a ball point. But as of right now, that's a really good stuff for them, starting off with basically half the game done.
Yeah, two minutes in, and it looks like Fallen Squids has been in control of mid for most of the game. It's gonna be, let's see how Sparkling Sea decides to push back into mid, because if they don't get mid control, they're not gonna have clams, and they're not gonna be able to push out all this game.
But you can see right now that they have actually great special coordination right now, with 3 special going up, with the armor actually going down right now, trying to play the defense. But actually Poyo just actually putting in the clam, the super clam out of nowhere, but actually clams still live by Cody and the Slosh, I think, as well.
Yeah, and they're just throwing clams in there trying to get lead, and that's down to 30. That's a huge lead. They could choose to play defense, although with that wipe, Sparkling Sea might be getting control of mid.
As of right now, they mostly might not be looking at that because they're trying to get control of their own base actually, because of the control of Fallen Squids in those last 2 bushes. Mostly for right now, it seems that for the Roxy is backed up to a corner all because of the aggression cop that they have. Even though it might be a downfall for them, but it's really just the advantage for the side of Fallen Squid because they just have so much pushing, so much painting potential. On the side of Roxy see, they just seem like they're backed up. They're just waiting for an opportunity to just open up really well. And with the power cam actually going down, actually going to be killed off by Polio, getting that double. Like actually killing off like June being the last player alive and actually getting killed, and now the respawn running in from the splash, and the splash is actually going fall off. The clan, Super Clan, trying to be alive. That's the issue right now because they have the Super Clans, but Balls and Squids, they have the turf control.
Yeah, and Sparkling Sea hasn't been able to get mid control for all of the game, almost 4 minutes in. They need to be able to get mid control soon, otherwise they're not going to have enough clams to get lead. Although that's 2 going down. The Stingray and the Dualies are going to be the last ones. Stingray going down, it's just the Dualies. It looks like every time after a push, Fallen Squids is just able to quickly snatch up mid, and that's a knockout.
That was a nasty double boogie at the end as well to secure the win. Basically giving them a full-on picture, and for Sparkling Sea, they just been camped the whole match on basically their own base because they didn't know how to push up. The Sparkling were just mostly trying to get enough map control, and basically all of them trying to do specials, but didn't have enough timing for specials correctly, or not enough really motivation to push up. Even though this is kind of the best thing they can do is try to go for map control. In a situation that they're all grouped up together, there's no chance at all.
Yeah, and that was really dominating from Fallen Squid because you saw that they just never lost mid control that entire game. They always held it, and even after Fallen Squids got wiped, Sparkling Sea wasn't really able to capitalize on that and get mid control. That's already 2 up for Fallen Squid, this being NGOV Tower being the last game. Let's see if Sparkling Sea can bring it back here.
Yeah, and that's for this is map tower control. This map mostly no. Actually, since the game 1 was Maymaker, game 2 was Piranha Pit on Climbless, and game 3 this is going to be Tower Control. This is actually the map that could advantage on Sparkling Sea, having them more grouping together and more winning it out. They're playing the slow game. That's actually been the downfall for the last 2 maps, but for right now, this could be the advantage with that. But as of right now, this is a wow, what a change. For the side of Fallen
Yeah,
Squid, we have this battling, and that's Slosher change.
Yeah, we have a lot more range on Fallen Squid side, and even a lot more range on Sparkling Sea side. You only see the custom Hydra splatling on the armor, which means they're gonna have a slower armor. Although that's 2 going down, is Fallen Squid's gonna take game 3 dominantly as well?
We might see that in a second, but actually the bomb was coming out from Slayer, actually getting the nod, which is actually really important for the Slayer. But as of right now, we see once again Sparkling Sea is stuck in their own base, mostly trying to go for a sneaker, but actually one of them getting caused by the Stingray. All of them just trying to go for map show right now, with Kachin being the last one, mostly close enough to a tower to maybe get somewhere of pain, but to not, and might be pretty bad for that. But the Bria coming out, trying to go for nowhere, but Tiff actually using the Bria to advantage, actually getting killed, but stilling it a little bit for the tower to get pushed on. But as of right now, it's like that Fallen Squid is definitely showing the dominant performance right now that we saw in the last 2 games, bringing it up to 31, and maybe continuing this on after they wait for the missiles and the Angel to finish.
Yeah, they've already gotten through 2 checkpoints, and that's really strong. It's only been 1 minute 30 seconds this game, and they're already coming back with another push, 2 going down on Sparkling Sea. They might be looking to KO here. Yeah, 3 down. It's just 2 alive, and they don't have any specials to combat Fallen Squids.
Yeah, Fallen Squid just popping up right now, going past 3 checkpoints, actually having 2 people fighting down, actually having them to kill off 2 checkpoints that quickly, actually bringing up to 30. But showing up their dominant performance and making them up to really have just a choke point on the last checkpoint, because that's a spawn area, and if they can just beat that, that's basically GG for them. But on this on the side Sparkling Sea, again, it's the defensive game that they're really good at right now. Because they're not letting them go to the final checkpoint. But if they get wiped, that would be basically it. But as we see right now, honestly, shout out to player. A really good slash play that we're showing them to go of 9 kills right now. Oh, what? By the side of Sparkling Sea, we see Tip basically playing the more defense with the help of these. And all of players Sparkling Sea.
Yeah, and it just felt like that entire game, Fallen Squids would make a push, and before Sparkling Sea could find the picks to make another push, they just run away to mid, and Sparkling Sea wouldn't be able to push them at all. And that's a push, kind of ragtag, because there's no paint on the floor, a bomber's coming out, and this push is kind of over.
Yeah, with the push being over because of the 2 down. Actually, the Booyah actually coming down because of the side of Fallen Spirits pulling off that Booyah pretty good, getting a double inside Sparking Sea. It's basically just going to be a refresh on 2 mid. It's just 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock, and the Sparking Sea can actually get the push that they wanted. At least getting the kill of the Sludge or getting the kill of the ends up getting the kill of K-Pro. This will be a really big advantage for them to have a push up to maybe the second checkpoint.
And a panic inkjet by Kachan gonna get punched immediately. Although Sparkling Sea is 1 down, they don't have any paint on that map, so it's going to be hard for them to escape if they need to. Typh and Deets caught in a bad position. Oh, and Typh gets the kill on the Slosher. This might be their opportunity to push, but they're gonna have to take down that Ray.
And actually getting the kill on Poyo right now, the ends up with them saying still, actually getting the kill on the ends up of their own, actually it's going to be a big issue because with the Sigma coming out on the side of Falling Squids and the Brick coming out actually, well, the Brick coming out as a trade to actually trade off on this heaviest battling, or maybe no, wait, that was a slot you're actually trying to aim for. The whole area is still in stalemate with the tower actually going to go over to Sparking Sea, but they immediately get killed because of the all support of Fallen Squid that's in the area, with Light Jr. being the last one, being super weak, and actually going to be 1v1ing the end zap as well. With 35 seconds on the clock, this is the hero play that Fallen Sea will need to have, unless they want to just call it GG's.
Yeah, and this is the first time that Sparkling Sea is kind of pushing back, but then again, mid is painted and there's 15 seconds left. Typh is going to have to put in some work on the flank. Oh, and Typh going down, 2 down from Sparkling Sea. This looks like it's going to be game.
Yeah, with 5 seconds on clock, that would be basically it. But last, I was actually just putting out the last message to pull off any home, but that would be it. Falcon C has got 0-3 against Fallen Squids.
Yeah, and that was a very demanding 3 games from Fallen Squid. Sparkling Sea just couldn't get mid control in all 3 of these games. Obviously, the first one was a disconnect, which was unfortunate, but even aside from that, they really didn't get control, and that kind of was the reason why they weren't as successful.
Yeah. So, and that's been fucking safe for Fallen Squids for that. So, yeah. GG's to both teams, and we'll be seeing Fallen Squids once again. I think they're going to be in first place for this win, for sure. But they're going to be 2-0 in the group.
Yeah, and it looks like they have their sights set on top cut. We see some matches have finished, but yeah, stay tuned for round 3.
Yep. So, we'll be back.
Welcome to Low Inc. Welcome to LSO.
Welcome to Little Squid League 13. Yeah, it's not. Sorry, I confused you earlier talking about Low Ink, but yeah, I'm Cork and I'm joined here by Clouds.
Hello. Splat Zone's Wahoo. This map is like so annoying with the spinner. They're gonna have to make sure they have perfect timing with the ramp coming in and out of the map, because if you try to push when the ramp isn't ready, it really restricts your access. And if the other team runs a splatling, the team defending the zone has a splatling, pushing across glass is miserable.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing Incognito versus H2 Omega, and I'm with you there. Spinner is going to make this all a lot more annoying. Though at least it isn't spinning, actually, because this is the one mode it doesn't spin, thankfully. Otherwise, splat zones would be a nightmare and a half.
Oh my god, could you imagine if like the zone like rotated around so the cover would just change randomly?
That would be really fun. I think that would be good, but I'm not sure. And like you said, yeah, backlines are going to be pretty strong here with that big line of sight across all zone. This is one of the few maps where I'd say you could bring out a custom E-leader and it would work. Because bubbles are also very strong, just because you have such a big zone you need to cap, and if you get a bubble with a bunch of special charge up, or
Yeah,
special
you pop
power
the
up,
bubble.
that's going to help.
Good spots for the beacons. Alright, here we go. First match. Let's see. We start up. We're gonna see
Speaking of bubbles, we do see that Squeezer coming out, as well as a
Squeezer.
ballpoint. Interesting pick there.
and
But
the remix.
and we were saying beacons, so that's gonna be. They got triple object shredders, so I pity the armor player of Incognito. They're gonna or H2 Omega. They're gonna get shredded all the time, and that
We're gonna see special charge up on the 52 gal. That's an interesting
Good
pick. We're
choice.
gonna get a lot of booyah bombs. Already one.
yeah,
coming
you
out,
can
40
you can
seconds
reach
in the
arrow
match.
spray PG levels of booyah spam if you run some special charge up, and it's already one pick going down on the side of Incognito, and they do have a special ready. They've got those. They pop their rain. Another one going down. So that's two down. Two down. One on both sides. Booyah coming out. Bubbles coming out. Two down on both sides. We still got to fight. Really, just in that open area. The Swatlings looking to get up, trying to get something, but they're not really able to find anything because the members of Incognito are just going to take cover behind that big wall, which thankfully isn't rotating. The Inkjet and the armor coming out. Good special coordination.
Huge
Inkjet gets the
Inkjet,
pick, and that's going to open things wide open and let H2 Omega recap.
Yeah, now we're gonna see the full force of H2 Omega's comp come into effect. They're a really strong fighting comp with the double midline and the armor, so it's gonna be really difficult to push into the zone without specials. You can see that with the ballpoint already going down. The Zap is gonna try to paint up the zone here, but I don't know. If they pop the bubbles, maybe they can get a cap, but they can just recap it with the Booyah Bomb afterwards. Really
Booyah doesn't actually cap because we see yet another Booyah coming out. Though the armor has come up for the side of H2 Omega, they're in a good position to get back to the zone, especially with the missiles coming out. The no picks have come down on either side. And
the Zap goes
actually,
down,
the
no
one's
armor.
going down, yeah. And they still can't get the zone, though. It's the painting weapons on the side of Incognito, but with that Inkjet pick's going to open things up nicely. Some good movement,
double
getting a
kill
double.
with the Inkjet. It's really,
Really
impressive.
clean right
Now,
there.
they're gonna have a really hard time pushing back into the zone with all the range. They have the bubble, so they might try to bubble combo with armor, as we see the armor ready.
Yeah, but even with that, the Squeezers guys did not die, and they're just kind of stuck dancing right now. They're getting pushed pretty hard. So they have the bubbles going out, but they're picked off. So it looks like they were pretty exposed when they did do that. And H2 Mega does get the lead. The Booyah wasn't enough to cap either. Though it's only a 5-point lead, with Incognito immediately securing the zone back. And they've still got the rain, so they can definitely keep pushing. So they're going to have to paint over that Booyah, and... Oh, they do manage to keep the zone neutral, and looking for a pick. It looks like the armor did come out for the side of H2 Omega. But one's going down, and that's going to be a members advantage for
Two down.
Incognito, and they've got the other one down, yeah. They've got the or rather, H2 Omega has that Inkjet, but there's multiple specials coming out on the side of Incognito. They got a double right there, and they're going to get the lead, and probably extend it quite far. The nice pick coming
the
out.
Nautilus
That's a DC,
DC'd.
but I believe that was past 230, so I think we're just going to play this one out, and it's going to count.
We're gonna have to play this out. That's unfortunate. But they were kind of locked out there. Oh.
So it looks like they're just losing? I don't...
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it was past 230, unless
230.
we missed it. It was past 230.
They might just handshake it and remake it.
Yeah, I mean, they have the time to. They certainly could if they decide that they'd like to have an agreement and play this one out, because they definitely could have won that if they hadn't had the DC.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, if they do play it out though, we got a really good sample of what every comp kind of wants to do. Like, you can see Foil Squeezer basically wants to make sure no one on the enemy team is at full HP. That it is going to be constantly spamming and just making sure no one is at full health. So
It's a pretty obnoxious weapon like that. Getting out. It's also great for anyone who runs away weak. It's really easy to chip them up, take them out with one more shot. I can say that as a foil player.
As we saw earlier, the bubble combo just caps the zone like that so fast.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most difficult things to counter, especially at a lower level, because you can throw bombs at the bubbles, but I believe they were also running. That was the team that was running triple object shredder, which is going to make it the whole team. The balls are going to pop, and
those are popping.
Punch through everything.
Stop it. And on top of them just running triple object shredder, they're also running 3 weapons that are just really good with object shredder. Like ballpoint, squeezer, those are all weapons that really, really, really want to be running object shredder anyway. So the fact that they complement each other super well is awesome.
Also means that I believe it'll work against the Gal on the other team as well, because punches through walls. It also makes it a lot easier to shred booyahs if you've got object shredder.
That Gal build was interesting. I don't think I've seen special charge up on a Gal like that before, or the Sub-Zero.
I've seen it a few times. It's a pretty good pick, I think, because especially if you're okay with losing accuracy to MPU and just playing a little more supportive, you can get so many booyahs and then spot zones that might be more important than getting kills, especially with the other weapons. With that, I believe that's the double splatling combination. They don't need to worry about getting picks as much as they might with more supportive weapons on their team.
It's definitely true. And on top of that, you know, the fact that the Gal has Booyah Bomb means it just caps the zone so easily, because on a map like Wahoo, you can just cap the zone with, or you can at least neutralize it with 1 Booyah. If you follow it up with like a bomb or 2, you can cap if the enemy team gets pushed off hard enough. So it's a really good combo. It's
not like humpback zones where 1 Booyah is just enough to cap everything, but it's still very strong in really all zones maps. But this is another good one just because it is circular. And it also, just the way the map is shaped, the Booyah is a good weapon if you're trying to lock someone out, because they're forced to either back up a lot or dodge the side a lot, because the Booyah will clear that whole back area when you're pushing into zone. And it looks like we've got members back in the lobby.
Tower control.
Hopefully we're going to get started again. Oh, and it looks like we are going to be going on to game 2. So I'm not expecting too many changes, though might see the switch off the ballpoint for something with Stingray, potentially.
Yeah, maybe a C-Jet, maybe a Hero Heavy. I wonder if we could see a double armor, as double armor is pretty strong on tower control. I also think it's pretty strong on zones, and we've seen a lot of that at this tournament, so it wouldn't surprise me if we saw it again.
Double armor is fairly strong on most modes, so you wouldn't run it on, say, Snapper Tower, because you don't want to get knocked in the water. But yeah, I think the double Booyah would be a good choice for
yeah, it would be impossible
to bring out, because that Gal's still going to be really strong here. Remix is strong, and if you're constantly throwing Booyahs at tower, the Booyah spam would work, because they can't get on tower. It's not as, Earth as powerful as a Stingray in a lot of situations in terms of just killing people, but it's great if you don't want anyone on tower, because they can run away from it.
The 52 from last game goes 52 deco, and Stingray spams the entire game. New meta.
That would work too, though it depends on how aggro they want to play, because they have to play a little more carefully if they're going to be Stingray, or a little more supportively if they want to Stingray spam, because you have to take safer positions to use a Stingray versus a Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, because you have to be ready to.
They might just want the wall too, because wall is going to be really useful in Sturgeon, because there's just a lot of tight spaces that you throw a wall there, and it'll help. And in the big open pits are a great place to have some mobile cover, so you don't just get mowed down by a splatling or whatever.
I agree.
The Hydra coming out in Carbon. Yeah, really interesting picks, but I think it'll work well because all the tight spaces, like I mentioned, Carbon's gonna be really strong here. Got 2 good painting weapons and the Hydra to cover for them. They're gonna be a nightmare for H2 Omega.
They put a lot of eggs in their Carbon basket here. They definitely want to make sure this Carbon has all the paint and armor it needs to absolutely dominate.
Yeah, and I think between the double armor and the paint, that'll be good. They don't have much to stop the tower per se, aside from the missiles, but that should be enough. And well, they have a Carbon running around, which I think they're just banking on aggression here. Well, whereas on the side of H2 Omega, we see a fairly thin comp. I like the pick of the Rapid there. It's gonna be really useful to help force people off tower, and to drive the Hydra bananas by throwing torpedoes at them and harass backlines, which is one of the most useful things you can do with a Rapid.
Yeah, that Hydra is going to have to constantly be moving, which means it might not be able to get much of a charge off. That's the big weakness of the Hydra, is it's really immobile. But as you can see, if he just starts standing there and great and is able to stand there, he can do a lot of damage and put a lot of pressure on that tower.
Yeah, if their positioning is bad, that's another good thing for Blasters, is just punishing bad positioning. You see the Carbon going and getting one, but the Blaster is going to try to pick them off, doesn't quite get that either. And it's just stalemate, but the Carbon's running around mid, the missiles are coming down at the perfect time. So it looks like eventually the Carbon is taken out, they do get a pick. And
2 down.
Yeah, 2 down. Both sides, the armor is coming out for one side. The Hydra is still there, firing one tower, trying to slow things down, but that's going to be a delayed 3 down on the side of H2 of Incognito. H2 Mega is going to continue their push. They're at 59 right now. They do need to break this first checkpoint though. The missiles are coming out, forcing the Hydra to move a little bit, but they can't get back on the tower though. The Carbon is going in again, which is going to make it a lot easier to push now they don't have to watch their backs anymore. And H2 Mega is in a great place to start pushing forward, pop that armor.
Yeah, Incognito used the missiles early, so...
Yeah, the missiles coming out, but I don't think they're going to get much. So they are forcing off tower for a second, but I don't think it's going to... So it does look like it actually did by the time, especially with that armor coming out. Booyah's coming out, and 1 down on both sides. So there's still a special ready on the side of H2 Omega with that Crapids baller. So the Carbon getting a nice pick, going for another. It looks like they're going to take another Junior. Or that Torpedo. But they get that too, and they managed to get the Junior. Nice, finally getting them. That's 2 down on the side of H2 Omega, and Incognito is in a good position to push forward. And they could easily break the first checkpoint here. They're just going to need to paint for specials quickly, and they nearly do have 2 more armors.
Yeah, they're super close to the double armor, which is incredibly scary on this map specifically, because as you can see, once you lose some of your paint, it's really hard to gain back control of the tower, and they're going to push through the first check and take the lead here. Really impressive stuff, really good special coordination. Although Crapid hitting a really good shot. Can use the baller.
Yeah, that was key, slowing things down, forcing a jump out as well with the baller. They're giving them time to defend, but they still got to deal with that Carbon. They do manage to trade it out, and that's going to be a nice cleanup for the side of H2 Omega, but they've got a long way to go if they want to get the lead back. So once they breach that first checkpoint, they can snowball it pretty quickly. They've got the specials too as well, and Incognito is still coming back. They're just going to have to be careful, and they're going to need to get that Hydra out of the way ASAP. And they've already lost a member. This is going to be difficult. But they still continue to push. Yeah, they don't have armor anymore, but they take out one of their opponent's armors as well. And they have the special advantage here with a Booyah Bomb ready and no specials on the side of Incognito. However, they're kind of starting to push forward, getting forced to tower dance. And now that Hydra is in a great position, the Booyah's coming out. They're got to deal with the Carbon as well. And the Carbon's looking like it's going to get picked, but no, the Hydra goes down. The Carbon's
2 down.
Still there, but they're so far away from the tower, they might not be able to do anything for a good 10 seconds or so.
They are close to armor, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter. They might just take the lead here. This Carbon goes down already.
Yeah, there's a pretty good fight coming down the tower. Looks like some suction bombs came down to slow things out. And now there's just... looks like they just formed a triangle. They're firing on... But they managed to hold the tower just long enough to get the lead. Nice job. Coming down to 1 point, and they've still got pressure ongoing. The Rapid's still looking... Looks like they're just trying to hold back Incognito as long as they can, but the Carbon comes out of nowhere, taking down the Junior. And now... H2 Omega's just need to back up and get ready to defend because Incognito does have a lot of aggression right now, and
they're going to use the auto race. It's going to give the Carbon a lot of room if he can paint up court, and then the missiles onto 3. Really important play.
Yeah, the missiles going to Carbon's going to rush the Rapid, which really they could have found that they were a little faster, but it wasn't enough, and the baller's going to come down, missing the tower, which might be crucial here. So it might not be the good time. And Incognito takes the lead back at the last second. The Booyah's too late, and it's just it's going to be very hard for H2 Omega to come back now. They still really can. They've got overtime, but they got to move fast and they got to play perfect, or they're done.
The missiles are going to make this really difficult. If they can't find a pick onto the K shot, it's going to be super hard. And CDS or VDS already going down. It's not looking likely. Armor comes out.
Come down, and looks like the armor actually hurt them there because it caused them to get knocked off tower.
What a close game.
Yeah, really close game.
This is an impressive set. Both teams really playing their hardest. Carbon pick was really interesting. I liked it. I just had a hard time. Just kind of got zoned out.
Yeah, I believe
8 missiles.
Incognito does win the set here because of the unfortunate DC in the first.
Right, but we're going to play all 3, so we're going to go over to Climbless Humpback. Probably going to see like 36 Booyah bombs on that map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Gale come back out, especially because the wall's good for just denying pushes as well, just slowing them down. I definitely think we'll see the Carbon again, or maybe a Brush or something along those lines, just because of how good this map is for those kind of sneaky shark ledge abusing flanks that Carbons and Brushes can use well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Hydra switched off to something a little more mobile, just because it is clams, you want to move a little bit faster. Other than that, not expecting too many changes. Good. I'm sure we'll still see armor weapons. Double armor, not sure, but it's definitely a good situation to pull a double armor. So we'll just have to see.
I think they should swap off Hydra just because he wasn't really able to get like set up properly on defense, and that meant that he got moved a lot. So I think that it worked, but it definitely required a lot of support from his teammates. And I think that it would function better maybe with Hero Heavy or Remix Heavy, especially on this map, because you want the Booyah Ball.
I mean, or you could just ditch the backline entirely, given that it is plans you're trying to move pretty fast. And I think on the other side, on HD Omega, it would be good for them to keep running their Rapid, because if there is a backline coming out for Incognito, they can make it really hard, and that Baller is going to be really useful for pushing clams just because it's a giant shield wall type thing. It's not maybe as good as the tent shield per se, but it's very good for pushing it. And if you can get jumps in with clams, you can have the strategy that used to be the thing everyone did, which was just baller it and jump like 3 power clams in. Unfortunately, baller got nerfed a little, so we can't do that anymore as easily.
S+ flashbacks. Yeah,
reminds me of like 2018 World Championships with baller.
Baller was such a silly special lead.
It still is. It's not. It's nerfed enough that it's not broken anymore. But now we just have bubbles to do the same thing.
Yeah, now bubbles just do it better. So enough ranting about stupid specials. Let's see what the enemy team comp is as we head into Climbless Humpback. This is going to be a really close set. I can tell that this game is going to be incredibly close. I think just after what we've seen from tower control, and well, there wasn't the DC. The zones mount was super close. So this will be an interesting.
They're incredibly well matched. And we're going to see Hero Roller come out. Interesting pick.
It's interesting.
It's going to be good. The Curly Bob's going to have to move mobility a lot. We do see the Rapid. Looks like H2 Omega didn't choose their comp. They've still got the... Oh, that is a V. Yes, which the point sensitive for health is they're trying to counter that Roller. Other than that, we don't see... The Roller was actually the only change we see coming out. Both teams seem pretty comfortable with what they're doing. Missiles already ready. That was really fast. Less than 20 seconds to missiles. And the armor coming out from the side of H2 Omega as well. Both sides just looking mid, trying to get some clams. They do have power online already on the side of Incognito. They've got a chance to move. They've got specials, but they're going to need a pick or two first. I'm sure the Roller is just sharking wherever they can, trying to find something. We see the other...
The Roller's being zoned off by
his good job.
He's having a hard time getting in.
Yeah, the ranged weapons are a good pick here. Zoning it, but that's 2 down on the side of H2 Mega. 1 did go down on the side of Incognito, but they do get the power clam in. The Booyah's going to zone them out, keeps them from being able to move in too quickly. So they do get a couple more clams in, but that Booyah really screwed them up. They weren't able to get the bunch of clams the Remix had ready, so they're just forced to back off and start plotting another push lest they get wiped.
I don't know if that's worth it, because you've given the other team map control, and they're going to come back with a pity. But that pick might have just offset everything, so...
I think the pick was enough to get them in a more comfortable position. The armor is coming out on the side of H2 Mega. There's another one down, though. Incognito is in a position to start moving up now. They can pass a clam to the person, their carrier with 9. They've got the missiles. They know where their opponents are, which is going to help a lot. They've got more specials coming online. They still need a pick or two, but they've got the specials coming out. They probably will get a pick or two, so they should really, given how fast they're moving, it would be a good idea from the past time. So they make the power, but they move a little too fast, it looks like, getting caught out instead. And the multiple specials coming out, denying that push. They didn't lose their entire team, which is good. They're still able to set up a defense. But now H2 Omega has most of the map. They're in a position, though, the Roller coming in from behind, taking out one, looking for another one, avoiding, and is taken out as well. So another one is taken down in the chaos, with 2 down on H2 Omega, 1 just respawning. The clam economy is still in H2 Omega's favor, but they've got to get through the members of Incognito first before they get any points on the board.
Yeah, this K-Rapid is just having a really hard time with the roller. He has to constantly watch his back, otherwise he's going to get one shot, and when he doesn't have baller up, it's really scary. It's a hard time to be a Crapid player.
So the Crapidus do a good job zoning them out, because if they can keep the roller from being able to approach, it's going to help a lot. And the roller
like
is taken out, and H2 Mega is going to get a dunk. Or no, Incognito rather is going to get a dunk. Expanding their score a little bit, but not by too much, and giving H2 Mega another free climb if they pick this one up, but it's not going to, so they're still got the one free climb. And H2 Mega's in a good position to start moving up, so they're going to have to be worried while they do. They probably still think the roller's over there, but the roller's already repositioned onto the other side of the map, and it's just tracking, waiting for them to not check left, and they'll be that roller's rushing down, taking out that CDS. So the Crapids firing away, trying to take them out. The roller did a good job dodging those blaster shots. The baller's coming out. Looks like it was just a panic baller to stay alive. Not getting any real value out of it other than not dying. And it looks like someone's still pressuring. The roller's still pressuring, taking out that splashdown, taking out a member of H2 Mega, and looks like someone just went
really
right by that Crapid. Yeah, that was good. That's gonna open things up a lot, but they need to move, and they need to get one or two more
they're
picks.
close to armor. They could try to make something work if they play it slowly.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be careful. The roller's probably got them, is forcing them to play a little more slowly, which might actually end up working out, because they do need to play slowly anyway. They've got specials. They haven't popped them just yet. I think they're still waiting for a little more of an advantage to pop them. So as I said, the Booyah's coming out, roller's going down, the missile's coming out. The Booyah looks like they threw it at the roller who was already dead.
Yeah, I don't know why they threw that there.
Yeah, they probably thought there was still someone there, but they didn't know. And they go 2 down, and that
could cost them the push.
It could cost them the game at this point, looking how much time is left.
Yeah.
They've got time, but they've got to move fast, and they're 1 down. Their power climb carrier getting taken yet again. They've got to get picks, they've got to get specials. They're reasonably close to specials, but still, they don't have much time. And there's 2 power climbs and a lot of map control on Incognito's
Almost
side.
30 clams at this point, and 1 down. This is a really scary situation to be in. Huge, important kill by the Crapid there, take out one of the clams, but... Well, they do have a pity clam, so they will be able to go into overtime. This is really interesting. They have 3 specials, and they're getting map control, so they could definitely get a push here and win in overtime. 2 power clams. Baller gets broken. Not going to be able to score. And looks like that could be the game, as the Booyah, depends on what the Booyah bomb can do. Picks up 1. Oh, not going to find the other. And the second one misses, so that is GG. Close game, but in the end, we're going to see a 2-1 set. Very impressive from both teams, and they really tried their best there. You know, the roller was really impressive. I liked how he was constantly moving around. He was always threatening people. They definitely had to put a lot of attention towards the roller, and then the missiles were also really well timed. Just a lot of good special coordination. And that'll be the end of round 3.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to Little Squid League number 13. I'm here with Squirrel, and we're going to be commentating our first match here. We have Ink or Swim against Booyah Blitz to start. Squirrel, do you know anything about these two teams?
I don't. I know that one of the two teams had three teams in their group, so yeah, although that's not really going to make a difference. We're going into game one, which is Tower Control, Mako Mart, a very good map mode. You can see a lot of things, but again, it's Tower Control, so you're probably going to see a Stingray or a Booyah Bomb to get people off tower, maybe Tenta Missiles, maybe an Inkjet, and obviously 90% of teams always run an Ink Armor weapon, so...
Yeah, so this is actually going to be really hype because this is both one of our biggest 4v4 tournaments we both hosted, our cast for. But yeah, so we're about to start. We have Tower Control, Mako Mart, as we were talking about just before. Missiles on Tower Control it's amazing. Especially with Mako. Mako's one of the most balanced maps really for any mode, including Climbless, which is probably one of the most hated maps. And then we have Rainmaker, Blackbelly, and Climbless Snapper.
Yeah, so good maps overall. Yeah, so now the game's readied up and we're gonna start.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's see here. Ooh. Okay, so we both have really solid comps. We actually do see a junior on the side of Ink or Swim, which you don't really see that much in Tower Control. But already we're going out. Dub trying to
we see an
armor.
So we see three specials that are the same on both sides. You have a Stingray, an Inkjet, and an Armor. But that's two early picks from Booyah Blitz, and they're gonna be pushing the tower. It also looks like they have control of Snipe, and they're probably going to get through this first checkpoint easily, probably maybe even the second one.
And we do have two people down, one on each side, but they're gonna be getting back to that first checkpoint, and they're gonna actually be crossing it. Ink or Swim's kind of in a bad spot here. They're charging up those specials, waiting for it. Ink Armor on the side of Booyah Blitz coming in. They're trying to stop that, what seemed to be, I think, H3 on tower. Oh, it just jumped off. And all Booyah Blitz is doing is really just keeping them back to that spot. Julius going down to that bomb from air. And they're now pushing in, trying to get past that second checkpoint, but Ink or Swim's not going to allow that, and the tower's going back to mid.
Yeah, and that had the opportunity for Booyah Blitz to get a really good push. They got multiple consecutive picks, but it looks like they just weren't able to capitalize on it. And a nice pick from Meg on the side of Ink or Swim. That's going to shut down another push that they tried to make.
Alrighty, and it looks like Ink or Swim is going for their first push. Or no, actually Booyah Blitz is going back for another push. But the raid coming in from Booyah Blitz just shutting them out, and now they're back on the tower. It looks like that Splatter Shot's not in a very good spot. Splatter Shot's going to be going down, and they're just shutting them out. The Slosher is stuck on that platform, but the NZAP suction bomb is just not allowing it to move, and that Slosher's just stuck there.
And we see both teams are kind of close to specials. Although the T-Tech going down for Ink or Swim, it just looks like Booyah Blitz is continuing to hold mid. Ink or Swim hasn't gotten into the middle of the map in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're halfway through. If this Inkjet is able to get a pick, they could even go for the second checkpoint, although it goes down. Or rather, it doesn't get a pick. The Stingray versus Stingray battle happening in mid. They're opting not to fight the Stingray. And the Zap going down looks like this is going to be the end of the push from Booyah Blitz, and might be Ink or Swim's time to retake.
Already, as the tower's moving back to mid, Ink or Swim still has to push it in. They haven't made any progress yet on tower. as it looks like this could be a chance for them to move out, but they do get a pick, and now that person is respawning, this could give Booyah Blitz a chance to really take that tower back. And now we see in mid, there's not much happening. We do see one down on the side of Booyah Blitz, but it's been a pretty easy mid battle. Julius getting that pick off of Air. And now it's just kind of middle ground now. There comes that Stingray from Booyah Blitz. And now dub rushing in, trying to help Julius with that Slosher. Slosher going to be going down, and Booyah Blitz is now taking tower.
Yeah, and that was a really good... They kind of went down, and then there was the revenge pick. And they've been doing a really good job at holding the middle of the map this entire game, and that's what's so crucial. They never allow Swim to get a good push in Inkjet pop. Inkjet versus Inkjet battle. Swim gonna come out on top. And the Ray versus Ray battle, the specials battle is just everywhere.
And it looks like Swim's gonna be jumping back on tower to save it. As the tower's getting pushed back to mid, Julius has to back out. That bomb from what seemed to be Air almost getting the spot on them. But now, with Booyah Blitz having that mid control in the last 40 seconds, this is not looking good for Swim, as now they have to push with as much as they can. There comes that burst bomb launcher from Astri, trying to just shut them out as much as possible. They're going to be... Swim's going to be reaching that first checkpoint, but Booyah Blitz with that Stingray just shutting them down right there, and they're not able to get past that checkpoint. And now... it's a pretty mid-battle for the midpoint of the map. There comes that Inkjet from Booyah Blitz from Pigeon, trying to just shut them down. We do see a Booyah bomb, and that's going to be thrown on tower, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah, and Booyah Blitz only lost mid-control, which they only really allowed Swim to get a push one time. And right after that, they got a quick kill, and then the Ray got another kill, and then they immediately took mid-control. That was a really dominating stance, and more than anything, they were able to just hold space and not let Swim walk over them with specials.
They really didn't, as now we're going to be soon moving on to our game 2, which is going to be Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park.
And Blackbelly Skate Park, a map that's really good. Well, Rainmaker is just always good for Stingray. So, but especially this, it's a map that can go, like, no lead is safe. So a Stingray is always going to be helpful for a defensive stance. You might also see a lot more lethal bombs, so to get the pop. There's also this stalling spot on the left side of the map where you can just hold it there for up to a minute and burn time off the clock. So it's going to be interesting to see what these teams decide to pull out. It's also a very close quarters map, so you might see a lot more short range.
You can see that. As chat's been going off about Pigeon OP. Yeah, we're very close to moving into our game 2, so we'll be back when we start.
Yep, and it's also interesting to see how the comps are super similar. Again, you've got 2 front lines, a support, and an anchor. They're slightly different weapons, but like all filling the same roles. So it'll be interesting to see who can come out on top in those 1v1s, and that's really going to be crucial.
here we go. We're moving into our second match. Rainmaker Black Valley Skate Park.
The exact same comp from Incro Swim and a slightly different one from Booyah Blitz, but again, you see a C-Jet and 2 front lines and a support. It looks like Incro Swim is going to get that early pop, giving one of their members a special. And looks pretty even so far, although 2 specials already from Booyah Blitz. They're probably going to use this for an early push.
They probably are, as Pigeon's already popping off with that CDS, just trying to zone them out as much as possible. There comes that pick on the T-Tech, and already Pigeon just rushing in, trying to eliminate as much as possible. They did just get a nice double kill. And now I feel like it's time for Booyah Blitz to really rush up, but they're not taking that Rainmaker, as now Air's going to get the spot on Pigeon. And there comes that Booyah Bomb from Booyah Blitz. And now that T-Tech is about to get shut down, but it is going to be getting the spot on the Jet. But Dub taking it out, and Dub's going to be grabbing the Rainmaker and pushing it in.
Yeah, and a somewhat scrappy mid-fight, although Booyah Blitz coming out on top. The Stingrays pop, so that might be the end of the Rainmaker's life, or it isn't. Dub doing a great job of surviving that Stingray, and they're taking it down the left path, which is generally a haven for an enemy Stingray. We see Astra on the flank, hoping to get a pick on the Rainmaker. Unfortunately, they are not able to.
And now there comes another Stingray, and that's going to be shutting down that push. Only down to 84, that wasn't that bold of them to do that, but Julius is going to be jumping out, and already Booyah Blitz trying to take it back.
Yeah, and the Kid Gal going down for Booyah Blitz. They were caught out by the CD, or by the enemy team, and it looks like Air's trying to get a push in, but no!
Ooh.
Pigeon gets the flank on, and looks like they're going to try and get the pop, although in a 1v3, let's see if they can survive.
And now already Booyah Blitz pushing up down to the 40s now, as it looks like Med's going to be shutting down that push. Pigeon with that CDS going down to the Slosher, and that's going to be a complete wipe on the side of Booyah Blitz.
Yeah, and that was super scrappy. They just kept switching sides of the half pipe, and eventually Dub just grabbed the Rainmaker and went for it, getting it down to 38, which is a much better push. But if they lose control of this game, they're going to... But if they don't be careful, they're going to lose the game.
And already Anchor Swen taking over mid control. They're trying to shut down. They're trying to do what Booyah Blitz was doing earlier. We do see an Inkjet coming in. I feel like they're trying to... Oh, there goes Pigeon. I feel like they're trying to copy what Booyah Blitz did. Just trying to shut them out with map control. And then pushing it from there. Julius getting the spot on the T-Tech, as now Julius is going to be moving in from the side.
Yeah, and that was really good. The Inkjet got an early pick, but just going down to the K-Gal, that's going to shut... It's 44 in mid, although 1 going down from Inker Swim. If they can still hold this defense, although 2 going down, the Stingray might be their only hope for a defense. So let's see if they can make it count.
And now Julius just sitting on the Rainmaker, trying to cover that map control. Julius is going to be rushing from the left side. And there comes that rain from Pigeon. And now it's time for them to re-push it and see if they can get even a few extra points to really shut down Inker Swim. Because if Inker Swim doesn't lose this, they're going to lose the set. But we'll still have the match 3, of course. The Stingray coming in from Anchor Swim, just trying their best, as Booyah Blitz did get shut down. And now Anchor Swim has that Rainmaker, and they're going to be starting to get in that push that they need. But Booyah Blitz with that Stingray about to cancel them out if they can get that splat in. But it's not going to happen, and Air is just going to dodge it. As now it looks like Julius is about to go down.
Dodged the Stingray, which was really helpful. They would, if they had died, that would have been the end of the push. Although, an enemy Stingray getting Pigeon, although they're going 2 down, this looks like the end of the push, although
this might be a chance. Julius going down. Air has to push in that Rainmaker, but no, Dub getting the spot. And now with 2 jumps, or actually that was 1 jump, and now they're going to be picking up that Rainmaker, actually not picking it up, but now Dub is actually going to be picking up the Rainmaker in the last 10 seconds of this match. Meg just trying to paint as much as they can to not get that bar. At this point, it looks like the game is over in the last 5 seconds. Dub is just carrying that Rainmaker. There comes that Stingray. And that's going to be the match.
Yeah, and it's a best of 3, so that's going to be the last game. Wait, this is game 2.
No,
So,
you're fine.
so yeah, that was a really good set from Booyah Blitz, and Anchor Swim really just never got any semblance of control in the middle of the map. So Booyah Blitz just continued to shut them out and denied any pushes. And even though sometimes the positioning was less than standard because both teams flanked, but it was really just whoever got the most picks and came out on top of those 1v1s that led to the advantage and led to the lockouts.
Yeah, that's going to be it for our Top Gun round 1. And it looks like we will be switching with a few other commentators, but I will be back for round 3 of Top Cut. But before we do go, I just want to say congratulations to Booyah Blitz for winning that best of 3 set. And I feel like Inkerswim could have done a better job at really turfing them up, because if they had map control, it would have been over. But the hard part is that Booyah Blitz had that gal, which is actually pretty good at turfing.
Yeah, and even aside from that, they focused a lot more on pushing when they had advantage than trying to get specials. And sure, they got specials, but sometimes I think they could have pushed a lot more with specials, in the sense that, like, yeah.
Squirrel, you're cutting out. Okay. Wait. Alright, we'll be right back, and round 2 will be starting shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 2 of the single elimination stage. It is Noodles here, joined by Clowns,
Hello.
and we have Demon Hunters versus Ink Basher up next. This round and next round, I believe, will both be best of 5, and Grands will be a best of 7. We're starting out here on Inkblood Climbless. Any thoughts on the comp and strat on this map here, Klaus?
So I think we're obviously going to be seeing the Enzap because that's just an extremely meta support. It's probably the best weapon in the game in my opinion. Probably a CDS as well, I think. Actually, VDS to be more accurate because you definitely want the missiles to move people.
Mhm.
And then maybe a Slosher to control the stack. And then I think this map is really good for Charger because they have all the open sightlines, so we'll probably see a Charger battle on top of the Mushroom, I think.
For sure, those are really good picks, and it's also not uncommon to see bubbles on this stage as well, because they're
Mhm.
super helpful on pushing on the little step on the left side of the plat.
Yeah,
Right now we're
maybe a
getting
10.
yeah, for sure. Now we're getting started here. Let's see what comp they're running.
I'm really interested to see what they bring out because there's a lot of variety. Flow Squeezy. And then
52 on
double
both
booyah.
sides as well.
Yeah, the double booyah bomb coming out from Demon Hunters. They really want to be pressuring the like plat, so no one can really stand on plat safely. We're also gonna see a pretty meta comp from both teams.
We
Really,
see an N-Zap on Ink Basher's side and then a Junior on Demon Hunters.
yeah, that's gonna be a pretty important matchup. Who can get the most armors and who can paint the most? Junior has better paint, but Zap can usually control space better by fighting. But
Now
he's gonna
we
get
see
picked.
2 going down on Ink Basher's side. And the map is all in Demon Hunter's color at this moment. Now we already see a power climb going in.
Yeah,
Let's
really
see.
early score. And here you can see where the Booyahs might have been effective. If they were able to stay alive just a little longer, they could have painted the entire plat and presented a huge threat. But they're gonna get 3 kills. They're gonna get a delayed away. Now
You see that
one
the
thi-
notice the 52, I believe, is doing a good job holding down control of the plat while the rest of the team are still getting clams.
yeah, and not only that, he actually did not throw his clams in all at once, which was really important because he was able to stall the basket, meaning that he could keep it open while his teammates went and grabbed clams, and he was able to just keep it open for just long enough for his teammates to score all the points. And they're gonna push it to 14, which is a really strong lead.
For sure.
It is Inkblot.
Now we're seeing a lot of fight in the mid area, 2 down on Demon Hunter's side. Ink Basher is trying to push plat, and they're seeing some good results here. Ink,
They don't get a clam.
they have one
They
power
get-
clam.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
good
they have-
start.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's a good start. It's always good to score, but they're gonna as long as they don't give up too much map control, and as long as they're able to just continue pressuring, and it's always good to get picks because they're able to reset the clan economy. It's a little bit more even now.
Yeah, both teams have a power clam ready, and the clam economy is better on Ink Basher's side. Now they're pushing onto the plat of Demon Hunters, but unfortunately those. Now
They're
they.
gonna see what they do here. Nico being pressured by everyone. He's still alive, able to stall for so much time. Really impressive.
Yeah, within about 10 seconds, they brought the score down to 40. I think I blinked and missed how they did that, but that was very
Yeah,
impressive.
Blinken missed it. They're moving fast.
Now the map is still in Demon Hunter's control. Oh, their 52 went down.
So, chasing the junior finds a kill. That's really big.
52 is on their plat, but they do not have a power climb to push at this moment.
Yeah. 52 fighting the two versus two is gonna use the booyah. Gets an Nautilus weak. Able to find the kill on the Nautilus. And he's gonna get a power climb off of that. If they can wait out the other team's armor, they might be able to score here.
Now we see if the rest of the team can follow up here. But 2 went down on Ink Basher's side, so that looks like the end of the push already.
Yeah, it looks
Now
like they're gonna stop that right in its tracks.
there's gonna be another free power climb for Demon Hunters. So they have 2 ready, and they can make a big push out of that if they play their cards right.
Definitely. They've got the armor, they're close to the bubbles, they're also pretty close to the jet and the booyah. So they're gonna have 4 specials coming online. They pop the armor and trade 1 for 1. Get 2, get 3. This is really important. They gotta move fast. Full wipe. Can they take the lead off of this?
And the Zap respawning can easily pick up the power climb under their basket and jump up. But
Right. They don't do that. They do get the lead. They push it. They're able to push it to 8. Able to push it to 2.
one more climb, but they got wiped before they could put that one last climb in. So now Ink Basher has a chance to come back. They have 14 clams ready, and they will also get a free power climb out of their basket.
Right, and those 2 picks are really important, but they have a huge 43-point penalty to work through, so... But here comes the double booyahs. They're gonna paint up the entire plat. Oh no, they ran out of clams.
They still have a power. If they can get that, jump over and put in, that would be huge.
They're gonna try for it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
GG. Well, what an incredibly close game. Coming into overtime. Really high scoring game. I believe the score was literally 2-1. Yeah.
I agree. You see that bubble popped at the end helps shield, provide protection on the plat.
Mm-hmm. That Nautilus on Demon Hunters played really well there. Really good ancients.
Okay, now we're moving on to Splat Zone on Albacore Hotel. This would be a good map for Chargers for sure.
Yeah, definitely a Charger. One thing I've seen is that teams like to run a Rapid, maybe even a Rapid Pro here. I don't know if we'll see that coming out because it's really good at controlling the bridges. But the key to this map is bridge control. If you can make sure that you have both bridges locked down, the enemy team has a really hard time pushing. So that's going to be the main thing. The other thing I think we could see is instead of a Zap, a Junior. Because Junior with a double bomb can control the bridge a lot more easily than a suction bomb. But also run speed. You're definitely going to want to see a lot of run speed on this map. It's incredibly important.
Here we see Ink Basher readying up really quickly and then unreadied. So maybe they're taking a little bit of time to rethink their comp.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking about what they want to run. After the last game was so close, they're thinking of what they could, any adaptations they could make to counter the other team's composition. I think they definitely want a lot of paint, because if you can shut out the Nautilus, it's going to have a really hard time. Your comp, Nautilus K-Pro, doesn't paint very well. They kind of make up for it with the Booyahs, but even then, it still has a really hard time painting. So maybe you could even go double Enzap, just completely outpaint them.
For sure, or double bomb Junior, since Nod has relatively bad mobility. It would be really difficult for them to dodge the double bomb.
Definitely, yeah. Double bomb is really hard in the Nautilus. You're gonna see the ballpoint come out, and then we're gonna see the same comp from Demon Hunters. This
3 object shredder on the Ink Basher side.
And then the Neo Splash. The Neo Splash is going to be really, really strong. It's just going to be able to cap the zone. You can already see the K-Pro going down.
Exactly. 2 down on the Demon side. We only have Demon Hunter side. We only have the Junior working with the Nautilus near the bridge area.
Yeah, they're just every team is focusing on controlling the bridge. I really like the specials that each team has gone with, because it sort of fits like the style they want to play. And obviously, if team has the initiative instead of. I always like it when a team that knows they want to be aggressive runs aggressive specials. But you can see that sometimes that aggression doesn't pay off, and the other team is just going to cap the zone. Really nice patient play from me.
Clearly knows the Nod is still hiding in that snipe area and are trying everything fall off bombing to get it out of the. Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, that is. Yeah, the armor shockwave knocks him into the water.
It's interesting that they pop both Booyahs at the same time and put it at the exact same spot.
I think they were trying to forcefully cap the zone without actually having to come onto it just to apply the penalty. Which is an interesting strategy, but it means they're not going to have a lot for defense. And Aiken already going to get one. Can he find the second? No, it doesn't look like... Oh, yes he does.
Yeah, it did.
They're going to go 2 down, and they have the inkjet up. And the junior's going to get armor really quickly, so they could go for an inkjet armor on defense, which is going to be really scary.
Definitely, the juniors already halfway to their armor. Ink Basher pushed back by the Booyah Bomb a lot.
K-Pro's gonna go down, which means they have a lot easier of a time approaching zone. And it's a 2v1, and they're just gonna outpaint the junior and respect him.
The junior now has the armor ready, and Nod is about a quarter away from their inkjet. They could very quickly play the inkjet armor combination.
Yeah, they're gonna use the Booyah, we're gonna see the ink armor, and we're gonna see the jet, the combination, just like you highlighted. They're gonna neutralize the zone, not quite able to cap it. Ferrari just painting, not gonna find it. The Knot gets a huge inkjet, but
Yeah,
now he has to deal with the ballpoint, and the ballpoint should just be able to space him out. Oh, he steps too close! Into the double splatling matchup, you want to watch your spacing. So as the ballpoint, you have the range advantage, so you want to try to play further back to hit the Nautilus, but he just couldn't get the spacing right.
Not just the ballpoint 1v2 versus the K-Pro and the 52, and teammates on Demon Hunter's side are jumping in as well.
Big kill onto the 52. They have to go fast. They're running out of time on the zone.
The one that's
It's gonna be a knockout. They're not gonna be able to not neutralize it. Interesting.
Demon Hunter 2, Ink Basher 0, and this is a best of 5 set, so Ink Basher will have to take the next game to keep himself in the tournament at this point.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. I wonder if they're gonna change their comp up entirely or run something similar, because they've been kind of close both times, but, you know, they just weren't able to hold on to it.
For sure. And next up, we have Tire Control on Starfish main stage. What are your thoughts here?
Well, Starfish main stage is a really diverse map because of all the different levels of elevation and all the angles you could approach from. So I don't think there's any weapon that's not good here. I think that a Tri-Slosher can be pretty strong on this map if you have the paint for it, because obviously armor is the strongest special in the game and you can combo really well with your burst bombs.
Definitely.
I think we're definitely going to see the Nautilus coming out from both teams again because Inkjet on tower control, really great, really impactful special. And then probably a missile, I think, a missile weapon. And then they might go foil squeezer again, just because it's a comfort weapon, comfort pick.
Definitely lots of flanking opportunities here on this map. Both sides, you can go flying on both sides, and the Tri-Slosher could definitely take advantage of that. I think for this map, it really comes down to who can flank better and who can deal with the other team's flank better.
Definitely.
And yeah, I agree that an inkjet would be very helpful, especially for the first checkpoint. You have to get control of snipe to be able to clear that, since it's right underneath the snipe and anyone can drop from there.
Yeah, I really think the onus is going to be on the inkjets here. Who can perform the best on the inkjet? And so far, Demon Hunters has just been having insane inkjets. I think I've only seen 1 or 2 inkjets where he hasn't found a kill. And a lot of people will make fun of inkjet and say that it's not a great special, but I think that if you can consistently find kills and you have a good inkjet, it can be one of the most impactful specials in the game. So it's really impressive for me.
In a lot of games, I see people, whenever inkjet gets popped, the enemy team drops everything on hand to take care of the inkjet before doing anything else. It really applies a lot of pressure from a whole new dimension.
Yeah. You already have to watch the flank. Imagine having to watch the flank and watching the sky. It's definitely bad news.
we do see the Squeezer come back out, and as well as the Nautilus with their inkjet.
Interestingly enough, we're not going to see an inkjet from the Ink Bashers. That is an interesting decision. I was almost certain we were going to see that again, but I guess not. Both teams just kind of farming armor early and looking to poke here. We're going to see the armor and the missile come out. And
I think
Demon Hunters...
I think I saw a flank from somewhere. A nice splashdown kill.
Yeah, and then a big direct. He's just applying so much pressure on the snipe, it's really hard for them to sit there. He is going to go down to the Gal, but the decent early push to the first check. Let's see how Ink Bashers react to this.
And the junior smartly jumped out before the 3 on Ink Basher's side could corner them.
Yeah, that's a really smart macro play. A lot of supports have a hard time jumping out and just like understanding that the push is over, but it's really an important skill, and he demonstrated that perfectly.
And they're able to preserve a lot of their armors, which would be very helpful on the counter push.
Yeah, he was actually able to really handily stop that push from getting out of hand with the armor. So his decision it's a ripple effect, and you can see it taking place here.
Really.
See the K machine pushing up. Gonna try to trade with the heavy. Ink Bashers pushing the first checkpoint. As we see the jet and the armor come out. They're gonna take the lead, but immediately get stopped.
That's right. We see the Squeezer sharking on the right side and jumping into him. Now the missile got popped, and I think Demon Hunters are gonna try another push. They were able to take out the 52 on Ink Basher's side and 2 more. So now they're in a really good position to clear the first checkpoint. And moving on to the second, Ink Bashers respond that they're gonna all go to the right side or focus on the right side because the second checkpoint is so open in the middle. If they can apply pressure there, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, what was really important was they had all 3 of their specials up for that push, and they were able to just crush Ink Bashers. The Stingray's coming out on defense, but I don't even know if he's going to be able to get it off. This could be a knockout here. In Game 3, they could eliminate Ink Bashers, and it looks like they're going to do it. GG.
GG, that all happened in one push. That was beautiful.
That was really impressive. Really good special coordination. I think that Demon Hunters just looked a lot more coordinated and on the same page there. That was really impressive from them. They definitely understood what their team comp was trying to do and executed on it perfectly. That will close out our round 2.
Yep.
2.
Oh, welcome. Wait,
To Little Squid League 13, and we're going to be in the semifinals. I'm Cork, and I'm joined here by Matt.
what is up, everybody? Welcome back to Little Squid League for 13, and we are back with our semi-final match. We have Demon Hunters and Ocean 7 competing today. Cork, do you know anything about these two teams?
I recognize Umi and Valorok from Ocean 7. I don't remember what they play, though. I think Umi might be like his up main, but it's been a while since I played with them. Other than that, I don't recognize anyone. Any thoughts on the map, though?
I do kind of like the combination. Rainmaker Sturgeon to start off. I say that I would play on that, but you never know. Maybe these teams really just like Rainmaker Sturgeon, but you never know because I don't know if these maps are random or not. But
I think there's a little less than. If there's a completely random, we could have said Kelp Dome Rainmaker. That would have been. Well, it would have been fun, but not what we're looking for. I think it's definitely a good Rainmaker map. It's a bit difficult to push. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like Toxic Mist come out. And we don't, but we see a pretty short range comp coming out of Demon Hunters and a lot of range coming out of Ocean 7 with both an E-Leader and a Dynamo with Drop Roller. I get okay, we have a very Dynamo that intends to drop.
and actually, is that all stealth? Is that all stealth jump on the side of Demon Hunters?
Might be. Well, I guess. Well, it might make the E-Leader a little harder. And we see Demon Hunters has already got the Rainmaker,
And
already getting a pick on the Tri-Slosher, and they're going for that left thing. But they're taking up with a Dynamo. Looks like the range is paying off, letting Ocean 7 play some defense. They've got the Booyah Bomb coming out. They've got a member advantage, but they don't have much buff. The Rainmaker gets picked again, just trying to stall, but they get taken out again by the Dynamo, who's doing a really good job. But it's going to be difficult for them to contest this knot, especially with the bomb pressure coming at them from behind from the Fizzy Bomb. So they're doing a pretty good job zoning out members of Demon Hunters with the Junior already going down. Missiles are coming out to try to stall from the side of Demon Hunters, but Ocean 7 is moving forward quite quickly, and they could get the lead here, and they do.
They do get the lead there. Despite Demon Hunter's rage, they were able to get that first pick off. But already, Ocean 7 taking that lead, even though it's only a few points in. And already they're getting shut down here as it looks like Demon Hunters are trying to take over mid, as it looks like Biz with that Rainmaker, that E-Leader sniping them off.
Yeah, E-Leader's going to be strong in here if they're on the right perches. It's going to be really difficult for Demon Hunters to push, especially if they put the mines on, say, the left. And someone falls off the edge all the stream. Yeah, that's awkward. Sorry for you. And we see the Rainmaker taking a pretty unorthodox pack. Looks like they're going to rush for the Sponge, but it's taken out by the Tri-Slosher. And the Inkjet struggles to find anything. He's also going to get jump camped. Valorok getting a nice double there before they're taking out themselves. We got a 2-3 situation with the Junior respawning. Dynamo's trying to shark it out, trying to take out that machine. But the machine manages to dodge both shots, but they're going to have a difficult time breaking this Booyah Bomb. Because they are a pretty low DPS weapon. And the Dynamo is continuing to move to try to play defense. That's the lead for Demon Hunters.
They are going to take that lead. It's only 2 points though, so Ocean 7 can completely come back from that. As it looks like Valorix is trying to pop that Rainmaker on his own. As now it looks like one down on the side of Demon Hunters. They go for that Rainmaker grab, but it doesn't really do anything, as now Ocean 7, it looks like, is just trying to reset that Rainmaker, as now that K-Shot moving in. Ooh, but the E-Leader jumping off the map.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to make a jump and slipped on there and didn't manage to swim up Zaran Ink.
And the Rainmaker has reset, and now it's at mid. They're not going down the grid. But there is someone behind them. It's the other K-Shot from the other team. Or no, it's the K-Shot from the other team. And now a pretty just mid-grab for Rainmaker, as now Grid's fighting off two of them. The K-Machine.
The Inks are getting shut down right there. Yeah, we see a 3-6 situation on the field. There's Booyah Bomb coming out. Biz narrowly dodging that. And Ocean 7 is starting to get some map control with the Dynamo. That trade's going to be important. Dynamo's going to make... Lack of the Dynamo is going to make it a lot easier for Demon Hunters, but they still need to get something off that. Instead, they go another one down with the double coming out from the Octo Shot, and Ocean 7 really has a good opportunity here. They just need to move fast. But they do get taken down, and they won't make it not got a triple, I think.
They shut them down immediately, and now Demon Slayers with possession of that Rainmaker. As that looks like Pixels is going in, and Pixels is now just chilling on their platform, as now it looks like the Nautilus is popping that Rainmaker. There comes that Booyah Bomb from the Dynamo.
Oh, they bathed them with that Booyah Bomb. It's really
They
nice.
do, and
going to Ocean 7.
They are going to be taking lead there. Not by a lot, though. This has been a really close game with 50 seconds left on the clock. It's now time for Demon Slayers to move in, and they have to take the lead now. It looks like Grids is trying to force them out with those bombs. We do see a splash on from the K-Machine on the side of Demon Hunters. Valorant going down, and now it's time for them to push in, but they do go down to the E-Leader.
There's
delaying their
lead
lead
here, I
take.
think, though. And they do
But
get the, it's really easy to get the lead once you're there. They just need to rush that, and the Inkjet's coming out. Doesn't go down, but that's a 2-1 situation. Last 15 seconds counting down. This is looking like it's going to be victory for Demon Hunters unless the side of Ocean 7 can get something last second.
As though coming in with the last 5 seconds, they are going to be picking up that Rainmaker. This is their last chance to take lead and take match 1. But you never know, they could stop them. As the K-Machine's trying to go behind, but the E-Leader's stopping them. As though the K-Shots is trying to move up, loses its ink armor. And now it's time, but unfortunately, Biz coming in. And the Junior, and okay, the Rainmaker's done.
Yeah, they nearly had that, and that was a really good delaying snipe at the end. The thing is, even if the sponge path was denied, when Demon Hunter got the lead, it was very easy for them to swim around because Ocean 7 seems to put most of their resources on just covering the sponge. And, whoa, a lot of kills going on both sides. Though with that not league an 18 KA, doing a whole lot of work for their entire team, as we saw in that one defense. And I believe now we're going to be moving on to Pit Clans, if I memorized the map list correctly. Yes, we're going to be...
Yeah.
Oh, Pit Zones.
No,
not
we're
Pit
going to
Clans.
Zones. We're going to Zones Piranha Pit next. But with Demon Hunters, that was a very close match. If Demon Hunters really didn't get those last few picks, the point would have gone to Ocean 7. But Ocean 7 still does have a chance to turn this around.
If anything, this is a very good map for their comp,
For their
given
comp.
the Dynamo and the leader are going to put so much pain, so much pressure out at a distance.
And yeah, exactly. And now, especially with those Dynamo and the E-Leader combo, they do have, a lot of pain on the board. They do still have a chance to really redeem themselves. I feel like Ocean 7 can do this. I have faith that they can redeem themselves. This is the best out of 5 set, and they have one more loss that they can take. If they take 2 more losses, then it's over, and Ocean 7 goes out. But we're about to start our next match.
Yeah, I think it's going to be crucial whether they can leverage that range accordingly, because if Demon Hunters has a much faster comp, but if they manage to rush them down, it's going to be really bad for Dynamo Layer, just how slow they are. And we do see even a lot of pain, a lot of specials coming out, and we don't see the leader anymore. We see a heavy remix instead. That's going to give them double Booyah, which I think is a good pick, especially on a double zone map, 2 Booyahs, 2 zones. And it's just going to put so much pressure, and also nice pick on the shot switching over the Neo Splash, which is going to help pull up that bomber. So they've got a lot of zone capping specials. That's 1 down on both sides already. And a Booyah already coming out in the first 20 seconds of the game from that K-Gal.
Alrighty, as now we do have a double Booyah. But honestly, Piranha Pit Zones can be a really stressful map, especially in 4v4 formats, because there are people on the ramps, there are people in the zones, there are people everywhere on the map. So honestly, it can get a little overwhelming if there's a few people on that zone about to take it. But we do see a clean take from Demon Hunters.
Ooh, that was a great pick of that shit. We saw it over on the corner that machine just getting the Dynamo got stuck and the machine just murdered them.
And now down to the 40s, Demon Hunters is looking pretty promising to take the second point, and does have a chance to 3-0 Ocean 7. Looks like the heavy remix is going to be going down, but they almost take that zone, but the splashdown from the K-Machine didn't let them. Velar going behind with that try. That's going to be a zone take, but can they get both zones? That's what they're going to be doing. And now Demon Hunters took that huge 49 penalty.
Yeah, that's a big penalty. It's going to take a while to eat through it. It's a good opportunity for Ocean 7 to get the lead. It's a 3-3 situation on the field. They need to push up a little bit more. They're still waiting for Mars to respawn. It's going to be difficult for them to hold both zones for a long period of time and get points on the board because it is a double zone map, and that makes it... It's so easy to just get one zone and keep your opponents from scoring, and that's all Demon Hunters really need to do, but they're one down, and Ocean 7 is starting to move up on them. So that machine is causing a bit of an issue that they are taking out. Another Booyah coming out. A lot of paint as well. It's a member down for for Ocean 7 rather. Dynamo trying to fight them up in the back. Heavy Remix gets jumped on by the Kegel, who also goes down. Thankfully that trade was really important. Now the armor's coming out to the side of Demon Hunters, which might be what flips it back into their control, and it does. It lets them push forward enough to get the zones painted. But we're seeing it already neutralized again. The Inkjet's coming out to the side of Demon Hunters, but I don't think that's going to be enough on its own. Because they do get a pick. That's one down on the side of Ocean 7. They have a good position to try to cap. They do get the cap, but they're two down. Two down on both sides now. Though Ocean 7 isn't moving up much, and Demon Hunters is. And we see the try looking for something, not quite getting it, and it's just a stalemate at this point.
Now Biz has to back out. There comes that ink armor in for Demon Hunters, but Ocean 7 still does have a chance, as now the zone's pretty equal currently, but they're going to be taking that zone. They're trying to get down that 10 penalty as much as possible. But with that K Machine, they're just going to keep inking up. The K Machine does have their splashdown. That's what they're going to be using, getting the pick off of the try. And now going down to the Dynamo Roller, getting that double from the Dynamo, and it looks like that's going to be a zone take. There comes that Booyah Bomb. That was a great move by that Dynamo, and now Ocean 7 is now in possession of the zone, and they still have a chance to win.
Yeah, I think that Booyah Bomb was a bit early. If they didn't really need it to get rid of Junior, but if they waited till all the members of Demon Hunters were pushing back in, it would have been a much more effective use of it. Now they really just need to paint the zone. They seem a little scattered away from it, and they go two down because I think they got too much caught up in the fighting and couldn't control the objective. So they still got the zone somewhat capped, so hopefully they'll be able to cling on long enough. The Dynamo's going down, the Inkjet's coming out, bombs are coming out all over zone, and the Inkjet getting a pick. That's going to swing the CAC back in the favor of Demon Hunters, and a 3 down at Ocean 7. They've got the chance to get this. They've only got a minute though, and they need to be careful how they push in, because if they're not careful around those ledges, the machine will just shut them down like we saw there. Dynamo's making a really risky drop there. I'm not sure how they stayed alive.
Well,
going right for the zone and trying to taking out that gal, which is going to neutralize a lot of the paint of Demon Hunters, pushing them back. They've got the Demon Hunters does have armor out, but there's all the Booyahs coming down from the side of Ocean 7, and they don't have a terribly large penalty. So now that they've reasserted map control and they get a crucial pick on that Nautilus, they just need to be careful of this gal, and they could certainly get the lead here. And they get the pick on the jump out.
They just need 9 more points technically, as now they're almost done with that penalty. The not waiting for the right time to attack as that splash goes down. But it's so close, they just need 3 more points. They're taking it down again. There comes that Booyah Bomb right onto the zone. It's now or never. It's not enough to take it as we're going to overtime, but it's over.
Yeah, I think they didn't have enough paint on zone at the end. If the Booyah Bomb was secondary, they would have, or if they not gotten picked off by excuse the pun, it would have been fine, but I think that was a really close game though, and 16 kills coming out of that. No, Austin, though we see Ocean 7 having a higher K overall, I still think they certainly could come back, like you were saying, but they have to reverse sweep now. There's a lot of pressure on them. And we're going to Mako Mark Clams, which is going to be probably a difficult map for their long-range comp.
But they do have a chance they could always switch it up. Just like what they did with Splat Zones. They almost had that game, to be honest, but now Ocean 7 needs to win these next 3 matches to make it into the finals. But it's not looking good, and Ocean 7 does have a chance does have a very nice chance of making it to the finals, as they just need to win 1 more match, as Ocean 7 needs to win these next 3 matches. But if Demon Hunters loses next round and wins the next match, then it's over, as we are about to be moving on to our next match.
Yeah, I would. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if either the Dynamo is probably the most likely weapon of the two backliners on Ocean 7, I think, to switch off just because it's so slow and it's going to be problematic in claims. Maybe if they can play like a hero role or something, I think that'll be more effective. Or we might see Umi on the backline switch off to something, maybe like a mini or another mid-range weapon perhaps. But I think the double backline will hurt them in claims just because how slow it is, and we saw how much pressure that Demon Hunters could put up with the Knot, and that machine doing... Knot killed so many people, and that machine is just going to be a great weapon for pressuring all the ledges, and there's a lot of ledges in Mako Mart, so the backlines won't have many safe places to stand if they can't keep that machine dead.
Alrighty, as we're going to be moving on to match number 3 of our semifinals, Climbless Mako Mart. Ocean 7 really has to do something now, or else it's going to be over.
We see the brush coming out, actually. Good, nice pick on, and we see a Nautilus coming out, like we did switch. Respawn Punisher Nautilus, which, I mean, they've got to be confident.
They have to be
I don't
really
know if that's the best thing, because we saw how strong the enemy Nautilus was, and just Demon Hunters in general, I think, given how close it was, they're probably going to die a fair amount, and I think that's going to hurt them in the end, running Respawn Punisher. So if they don't get more kills, then if they don't get a lot of kills, they're still going to be out for a long time for the team. And we see the Dynamo on the side of Ocean Soda going down. The double shot comp of Demon Hunters moving really fast. I like that comp. It's got so much aggression between the Knot, 2 shots, and the Junior, and also a lot of pain. And they've already got a score. Getting into the 70s, so they're cleaned up, they're forced to back off. The Knot's on too far away to really get anything, and Ocean 7 is starting to move to reassert control of the map.
And now that Knot backing out, down to the Octo Shot versus that Brush. The Brush tries to get far, but the Octo Shot is not going to let them, as now their Nautilus is going to be moving up. And this is not looking good for Ocean 7. They have a really good chance of doing this, but we don't know as the last 4 minutes are coming in. There comes that Booyah Bomb from Ocean 7. Where will they throw that Booyah Bomb? There comes that Inkjet from the Nautilus.
Looks like they missed the Booyah, unfortunately.
They do get another Super Claim in, down to 67 on Demon Hunters. But they still do have a chance, 61.
Yeah, they got a few more members taking that top route, getting a pick. The trade was going to be enough just to get the more claims in, getting down to 46. Ocean 7 is fully wiped, and there's still more clans coming in. You can see the jump out from Demon Hunters. I don't think that was strictly necessary, but it looks like they were just playing it extra safe, so I think they could have just backed off a little. Now, Demon Hunters has finally got control back. They've got the pity, they've got another clam. They've certainly got the tools to make a push, but they need to get picks, and they just have they're not dying again. And they're going to be out for so long because of the Respawn Punisher, which is just going to hurt them, I think. Given what we've been seeing thus far, I'm not sure that was the best. If anything, it doesn't screw the whole thing over, but it probably hurt a lot. And that's a double coming out from that shot, taking out 2 of them, and shot on the SK shot on the side of Demon Hunters going down. It's a 3v2 situation in favor of Ocean 7. Though, as I say that, remember, if Ocean 7 goes down, the Dynamo is the last one alive, actually. Try and hold things down, and another clam goes in uncontested. The Dynamo wasn't even there, and they just can't cover enough ground. And there's 2 down going on the side of Demon Hunters. They've still got this shot looking for an opening, trying to get some more clams in. They decide to back off, and Ocean 7 finally has a chance to get some map control back.
As now, I'm looking over on the comps a little bit. There's a lot of painting power on both teams, but Demon Hunters, they do have that Junior, which is just what they need for those ink armors and painting power. As now Velark's going to be moving in with that Brush, trying to get into the Super Clam. They do get it in, but they do get picked off. There comes that Booyah Bomb from Ocean 7. Now it's time for Ocean 7 to really get a push in.
And they get the second power clam in, which is going to be enough to get them within striking distance, maybe, but they really needed one more power, and they just don't have an opening. Umi's trying to fight that Knot, but we've seen how good Demons Hunters Knot's been. 14k, leading their team by a fair amount. If you look at the Ks across the board, it's like nearly double across the board or approximately double across the board for Demon Hunters, so we're seeing that Ocean 7's really been struggling to get picks, which they've needed.
Oh, do we see a KO?
They've got the claims too. They've got.
They do have the claims to do it.
They just throw one more, and that's.
Oh my goodness!
There was one behind the basket there.
Oh, but there we go. Demon Hunters 3-0ing Ocean 7, and Demon Hunters will be moving on to the grand finals of this Little Squid League.
Yes, and really dominant performance for them. We saw Ocean 7, it looks like the third match, Ocean 7 was just like tired. They couldn't really collect themselves. But they did put up a really good fight, and I'm looking forward to seeing this grand finals. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to Little Squid League 13, and we're in our grand finals. I'm Cork, and I'm joined here by Squirrel.
I'm Squirrel, and looks like the first map here will be the Reef on Splat Zones. This is an overall even map mode, good for a lot of weapons. We might see something like a Bamboozler to hold control of top mid, since that's really important. Or we might even see some shorter range weapons to abuse the flank spots.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Booyah Blitz versus Demon Hunters. We just saw Demon Hunters on stream last round. They had an exceptionally strong Naut player come out, so I'm sure we'll keep seeing that Nautilus. And then they seem to like a lot of close range stuff, sometimes machine, but mostly shots, zap. So I think we'll see some strong painting comps coming out. I haven't seen what Booyah Blitz has to offer, but looks like we're going to see right about now. And Yep,
and we see that Nautilus coming out without an anchor. Both teams going out without an anchor. Use a little bit more range on the side from Demon Hunters, although both, and a double gal comp from Booyah Blitz. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams react to the short range on both sides.
The longest, I don't know if it's the Naut or the gal's longest range here, but either way, that they're not. It's gonna be mostly close in fighting. I think the double gal comp is interesting, just how high damage it is, and we see that the first cap has gone to Demon Hunters, and both sides have the 52 gal deco, or not K gal, not 52 gal deco, which is gonna give a lot of paint and a lot of Booyah bombs. That's 2 down on the side of Booyah Blitz. They've been forced back into the base. Both gals are alive, but they're just sort of sharking right now because they don't have any bombs to throw. They actually only have 1 lethal bomb, which might be a bit of a miscalculation, given that there's a Junior which can be double bombing, a K-Pro, and a Nautilus to throw out bombs on the side of Demon Hunters, so there's going to be a lot more explosive pressure coming out, and the Booyah bombs coming out doesn't find anything, but Booyah Blitz is still trapped, so they do get 2 picks in quick succession, and that's going to open them up to try to get back to zone before it gets too much further.
Yeah, and that was 20 points. It looked like Demon Hunters just grabbed zone early game and then continued running with it. It worked out well for them, and they held a good lockout, although now Booyah Blitz is starting to score. They're already down to 80. And now they have almost 4 specials with the K-Pro going down. That's going to be 1 down for the push. A Booyah Bomb and an Inkjet, 2 down. And that looks like Booyah Blitz coming back from an early deficit. Although they go 2 down again. Both teams are just trading players.
Yeah, the Booyah Blitz still retains control. They're trying to hold them. They're doing a good job. They've got a person advantage right now. Another pick coming out, that gal getting a nice flank. And the timer is ticking down. The Nautilus is in big trouble, getting taken up by 2 members. Really good team placing right there. And the gal's got their wall set up. They're just kind of hiding behind it, holding them the side of Demon Hunters back. They've been forced to back up a little bit to not take it out. They're playing it pretty safe, it seems like. Just letting Demon Hunters come to them, and that's going to be the lead for Booyah Blitz, getting all the way down to 13. The Booyah Bomb's coming out, and now the Demon Hunters does have a chance to recap. They've got 2 picks, so they have one of their own going down, and they do get the recap, but it's already neutralized. So it looks like they'll be able to recap fully now that only 1 member of Booyah Blitz is alive.
And that was really scary. It looked like Booyah Blitz had the game right there, but eventually they were able to just get through barely and getting the cap. A lockout starting to happen, but the specials coming out. Also, one thing we didn't mention, a double armor composition from Booyah Blitz, so they're going to be able to fight just a little bit better.
Yeah, it's going to give them a little more purchase to move in more aggressively with that double armor. Though it does, as like I said, the bomb, it does in a bit make up for the lack of bomb pressure they can put on if they can just go in with armor and their main weapons. So they've got the recap. They've got a fairly stiff penalty to get through, but if they can get a solid lockout, they can probably KO this game or at least extend their lead. And at this point, it's a bit neutral. No one's really good at the first, as I said, that 1 goes down on the side of Booyah Blitz. The zap going down, removing them with 1 of their armors, and the Booyah Bomb and the armor coming out for the side of Demon Hunters and getting them the recap. They've got a stiff penalty to chew through, but they probably can if they get the right picks, though it's 1 down on both sides, and it's not looking like either team has an incredibly strong position. There's no lockout, but that's a nice pick coming out from the Nautilus, and there's only 20-something points left to eat through, though. We see the gal on Booyah Blitz gets a nice pick on that Nautilus, who's been really what we've seen on stream, one of the most threatening players of Demon Hunters. There's only 9 left on the penalty, the 1's gone down, and Demon Hunters really just needs to get picks, but they go 2 down. The 1's going down on the side of Demon Hunters, and we're going to see Booyah Blitz take the calf and keep Demon Hunters from getting any more points on the board.
And that was really good play. They lost the zone and then they got it back again. They were down to a 25 penalty. This could be their opportunity to put the game away. 40 seconds left. That Demon Hunters are going to have to get a good push into mid and then get a good lockout to get lead.
They certainly can. We're seeing all the specials coming out already. That's a DC, but it's too late. Oh no, that's not good for Booyah Blitz. They're going to have to keep fighting. But they're going to be outnumbered, and unless Demon Hunters really messes up, they can easily take this in the 3v4 situation now that K-Gal's DC'd. But they've only got 15 seconds, so they're going to have to... They can't rush in too much, or they will get 3v4'd. But they're forcing Booyah Blitz back. They've got the zone. They've got a permanent numbers advantage as a result of an unfortunate DC. Though Booyah Blitz is putting up a hell of a fight, even with the numbers advantage.
And that looks like a few staggered plays. It looks like they have a good lockout, and then you see there's still one down for Booyah Blitz. They're going to need specials, and now they're just going to need to walk into the zone. Booyah Bomb's coming out. That's going to mean that they take the lead. And that's game number 1 going to Demon Hunters. And that was really close.
I think it still could have gone either way with or without the DC.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone either way. And the disconnect was unfortunate.
Yeah, that was a really bad time disconnect. The K-Gal did a lot of 8 Booyahs coming out in 9 armors. These teams are really good at painting, seems. From the Gal and the Junior on the side of the Demon Hunters. And now it's going to be counter picks. So, I don't remember which team counter picks here, but let me look. Oh, it's just the losing team, so... Sometimes tournaments will do whoever wins the first game gets the counter pick for some reason, but the losing team will pick, so that will be a pick for the side of Booyah Blitz. Any thoughts on what they might choose?
I think that we saw a really aggressive comp from both sides, so they might be looking to use that. So one of the smaller maps would be good, so maybe not Albacore Hotel.
Albacore's one of the longest maps. I would be surprised if they picked that. Just because it requires so much range to get over grates and things like that.
Yeah,
it would be a pick, but they'd have to adjust their comp if they did that.
Definitely, and maybe they do decide to adjust their comp. Maybe they all go for a super long range comp to counter a fairly short range comp from Demon Hunters. Honestly, it could be anything since we don't know what these players are capable of, but I definitely think that they're going to try and play as much to that double armor super aggressive comp as they can, because you saw that they had only a 96 Gal for some sort of mid-range, whereas on Demon Hunters you had a Nautilus and a K-Pro, so I think that they're going to try and abuse that double armor.
And with that, we're going to be waiting. It looks like I'm seeing the modes tower control. I'm not sure if they're going to go tower control, but I think we're still waiting on the teams to choose their counter pick. They're probably because they don't want to pick wrong. I mean, they could go tower control reef as it says on the selection screen right now. But like you said, most maps on this list will work well for both teams unless they have something weird. Unless they have like a super secret comp they have planned for one of these maps, which would be cool, but I don't think they do.
Yeah, that's really the only way I could see Booyah Blitz or really either team getting a heavy advantage on one of these maps, because they both have super similar comps and similar enough playstyles in the sense that super aggressive. So it would be very cool to see a complete change in the composition.
Yeah, I've seen Demon Hunters that really varied from what I've seen them playing on stream and commentating. So I don't know about Booyah Blitz. They might have something under their sleeves. I mean, they might have a pocket custom E-Leader or I mean, they might just go Skipper Pavilion zones and then spam Arrow Pete MG and spam Curling Bomb Rush. Or full intent.
Somewhat unlikely, but definitely possible.
I make a point every time I commentate something about wanting to see an arrow spray, so obligatory jokes.
At least you believe in the weapon, unlike a lot of people do not believe in this weapon.
It can work if you're good enough. I know someone who plays it quite well, so. It's definitely a valid choice, though I don't think we'll see much. Are we still waiting? Oh, we're still waiting on one team member to come back. So maybe they're looking for a sub. Oh, there they are. Looks like their internet did not have a fun time.
And the DC was quite annoying. I've been there, done that, so hopefully they don't have any more internet issues and we get a good set from here on out.
Yeah. We don't want last month's low ink. I don't know if you saw. It was just like
Oh yeah, the
refusing
grand finals.
I mean, at least it wasn't March where we had the grand finals incident, but back in March, an entire team dropped mid grands. It was this whole thing. But yeah, I think we're still waiting on a counter pick because the map the team tried to counter pick was one they couldn't. So I guess they're gonna have to pick again.
Yeah.
Read the rules. Anyway. Yeah.
So one interesting thing to see is that I think it was Booyah Blitz had a lot more paint on their side than Demon Hunters because you had the Zap, you had the Neo Splash, you had the Kenza 52 Gal, which paints quite well, and then you have the 96 Gal, which also paints really well. So a lot of paint and a lot more aggressive than the double armor comp. So that was something that if they play a little bit more too, they can find a way to counter that K-Pro not duo. That
we're going on
trouble.
Yeah, the outpainting will help them. And then we're going on to tower control intro, and this is tower control of the modes is the one you need to worry comparatively the least about. Map control, because Rainmaker you need to have space with the Rainmaker, but really for tower. And clans and zones you need plenty of paint. Either control the zone or just have the map controlled, but tower you really just need the area around the tower covered in your... Okay, so I don't think paint will be as much of a deciding factor here. But we are going... I don't think we'll see much variation from Demon Hunters. The same comp they run last match will be just as effective here. The only change I think we might see is one team might have a pocket C-Jet or something with Stingray, if they want to use that to stop pushes instead of Booyah Bombs.
Yeah, I think that's very possible, but also this is a great map for Inkjet and also mid-range, so it's very likely that the Knot will come out again. The K-Pro just makes sense because it's Booyah Bomb, and you Booyah Bomb the tower in overtime, they have to get off, you step on tower, game's over. So
yeah, it's a good
I think that they might switch the Junior to a Zap just because it's tower control, but we'll see.
We see the Junior coming out, no K-Pro, instead choosing Machine, which is a good pick here, I think, because you've got those high ledges, and the Machine's going to be great at pushing those high ledges when you're on offense and clearing the enemy team off. Instead of Booyah Blitz, we do see the C-Jet coming out, and we see the Zap, we see, instead of I don't know which weapon they replaced, but they've got a C-Jet now. The Ray I think is going to help a lot, and they've already got a Ray, we're not even 20 seconds in. I think that could be a deciding factor, because the C-Jet's got significantly more range than anything else in the field, so that might just be what lets them deal with that Nautilus that's been going to be a huge headache otherwise. And that's 2 down going on the side of Demon Hunters, the Gal looking for something. 1-1, 3-3 on the field, 1 down both sides. And we see the C-Jet flanking a little bit. Yeah, they are. They've got Ray ready, they've got Booyah ready, and Booyah Blitz is really putting on the pressure here. The Booyah Bomb coming out. That Machine rushing for tower, but they're not going to get... So they do manage to get... The team manages to get 2 picks, despite their Machine going down. And we've got a bit of a backline fight, or midline fight in mid. But the C-Jet does go down, and that's going to be a good push opportunity for the side of Demon Hunters.
Yeah, I definitely think that they already have lead, and we see that Inkjet spot on the right band. They're going to try and get a pick on the people in office, but then no one's on snipe, so it looks like Demon Hunters can even get through the second checkpoint with little resistance. 1 pick from the Booyah Bomb, and it looks like it's very scary. 2 down, the Stingray only killing one of the members, but still, they have a good chance of making it through the second checkpoint.
Yeah, not how the Sasha got away. It looks like they just managed to dodge the bullets coming out of the side of Booyah Blitz, and Demon Hunters is not relenting. That Inkjet having some great positioning, flying over that wall for a bit to get even more height, getting a nice pick, taking out that Gal around its own wall. It looks like they're finally cleaned up, after getting all the way down to 34 and 2 checkpoints. So next time they push, it's going to be that much easier to try to extend their lead. And the machine getting a nice trade. That was a really clean direct we saw before they got caught out. And we've got a 3-stage situation in the field. The most of the map control is still in possession of Demon Hunters, and they aren't relenting. They're all coming down, forcing a big fight over that left side. The Booyah Bomb coming out, forcing that Gal into a not great position. And they're already back on tower. They got the armor coming out. Though one of their members does go down. As long as Booyah Blitz is a bit careful, they can certainly get the picks they need here. But they've got one of their members going down, and the machine is just causing so much havoc.
Yeah, agreed. And that Inkjet is super strong. So that's also something they have to worry about. They were in a good situation with 4 specials, 2 of them being Stingray and Booyah Bomb. Easy tower clearing mechanisms, but they weren't able to capitalize on that. So it looks like another push from Demon Hunters, and looks really strong. Although they're only close to 2 specials, they don't need specials at this point. They've already got the momentum. They're already up where they need to be.
Yeah, and I noticed those splashdowns coming out of that Gal of both sides have been fairly obvious, though I haven't seen either side even go for the splashdown cancels, so I guess they're just not going off of that, because I think some of those splashdowns could have been cancelled. Though we see another one going down the side of Demon Hunters, that's going to be 3 down the machine, the last one going for another flank, and they go for it, despite the fact that it's going to be just getting the machine, getting one, getting that C-Jet, going for another, but they're taken out. So that machine's been doing a great job all game of just constantly harassing the side of Booyah Blitz and making it really difficult for them to really set up defense, because they can't hang around the ledges they might need to get shots on tower because there's just a machine there.
Yeah, and they're starting their push in a 1 down situation. So this push just instantly ended. 1 armor popped and the KL goes down, and Demon Hunters is making yet another push. Every time that Booyah Blitz has tried to push, it just looks like Demon Hunters has held on for a bit, and then Booyah Blitz has just not made use of those specials as well.
Yeah, they've been struggling to stay alive too, so they can't release their specials. They keep getting killed or just forced into positions where they can't bring them out. And there's just been a lot more specials coming out now. 5 Inkjets, 5 Booyah Bombs, 6 armor, 6 splashdowns out of the side of Demon Hunters, whereas we have a lot of specials, but not as many. 8 armors total, a single Stingray from a C-Jet, and only 3 Booyahs. So the C-Jet, despite being the race boom weapon, hasn't been able to get much at all during this game. And that's going to be the KO for Demon Hunters, leading the set 2-0.
Yeah, and that might just be a mechanism of tower control, that tower charges your special more for you than the enemy team when you're on it. So it kind of played really well to Demon Hunter's style of pushing up and snowballing the push. And we saw that it went to the 2nd checkpoint, I think, on the 1st push. So it was really just that they got a lot more special and were able to use them a lot more.
The amount of specials was crucial, and the fact that when they didn't have specials, they were able to position themselves to attack Booyah Blitz in a way that Booyah Blitz couldn't bring out the specials, and they did a really good job just constantly pressuring the C-Jet. So the C-Jet never was able to race spam like they could if they were left alone a little more, and because that race spam could have very well, even if it might not have decided the game, just how many specials we saw come out of Demon Hunters, but it would have been a lot harder for them to push because, well, those Stingray things and keeps you off tower.
Yeah, definitely. And the big difference in the comp, right? We saw an Anchor actually coming out, so it just felt like that Anchor couldn't get much done in that team comp, because there were just people there to fight, and they were kind of... It's basically the Anchor versus Anchorless theory about a composition. Anchor, you generally trade a player who stays alive a lot more for someone who can push up and you just get more aggression. And also Anchor generally has a lot more range, so that's the trade-off. And it just felt like that C-Jet wasn't able to make their presence felt. And sure, C-Jet isn't as much of a killing backline as, say, a Spotling who can kill you really quick, or a Charger who can kill you in 1 shot. So, yeah, and they also weren't able to get off that many raids, so I think that was really why Booyah Blitz wasn't able to do as well as they were in the previous game.
Yeah, the siege jet pick hurt them. Like, even without, and as we saw, even without an anchor, like Demon Hunter's being, you still have a player that can stay alive really well and provide, and if needed, become a pseudo. They might not have the range of an anchor, but they can take the role of an anchor if necessary because you want to be a bit flexible. But yeah, like you said, the siege jet pick hurt them, and I think, regardless of what they chose, they couldn't handle the pressure, and the amount of specials was just really bad. And also, I think the machine was the other deciding factor because we saw what they did. Well, the knowledge by became the machine just had so much area control and made Blitz have to play so carefully whenever they were going to try to do anything because they didn't know if they get ledged by the machine or taken out, and it's difficult to 1v1 a machine if you're like a C-Jet and the machine kept getting against the C-Jet, which would make it contributed significantly to the anchor problems that Blitz had.
Yeah, and we definitely saw that machines like a couple times, and that was pretty crucial because that meant that the machine was able to get behind them, and getting behind them is really important because now, once you're behind them, sure, they're grouping back up to get a push, but the thing is, you can just say, no, I'm going to trade with you. So, you're starting your push without one down, because the enemy team also has 3 players, but you're not starting your push with 4 specials or 1 less special. So that would just kind of stagger the pushes a lot, and again, the machine being super aggressive and running quick respawn. They just kind of were able to make those trades because it would take down a special for the push, and then Demon Hunters was just able to hang on for a little bit and then use their own specials to counter.
Yeah, and even if the quick respawn wouldn't kick in because of how it works if they got a trade, but it didn't matter if they took trades there because they had such a significant lead and so much map control already that a trade was perfectly fine. Even if the machine went down without killing anyone, they caused enough chaos that Demon Hunters could probably eat the loss, and then the quick respawn would probably kick in and allow the machine to get that much faster. Demon Hunters could play as aggressive as they wanted because they had such a good opening that for the rest of the map they were just able to go ham, and it ended up paying off because Blitz just wasn't able to handle the aggression and the constant pressure. And looks like we're going to be going to Rainmaker on Snapper Cutout. This is a fun one.
Yeah, and this one definitely, it has the potential to kind of snowball, and you could take the left path. It's slightly slower, but it's a little bit safer, or you can take the front path, which is really fast. So you really do have to just be aware of positioning on this map, because if the enemy team if you're stuck on snipe and the enemy team pushes left, it's generally a KO, or at the very least, very close to a KO. So I think that they might pull out the Ray just because it's a Rainmaker and Ray is Ray. But they also might be changing their philosophy to match more of Demon Hunters, because as we saw, that machine and the Knot and really all of their aggressive players just could not let the C-Jet get Rays off and actually let the C-Jet do what a C-Jet should do.
I think the C-Jet, if they do come out again for the side of Blitz, will have a bit more space to work with just because of the way the map is shaped. But again, I don't think we'll see too many changes to either team. I'd like to see more, might help for Blitz to bring out a few more lethal bomb weapons just to get easier shield pops, and because it's difficult if you've got like a C-Jet and a 96 gal, and I think they had a Neo Splash or something. It's difficult to, well, it is Splash and gal, it's difficult to be able to do anything when you're trying to defend and can't get in with your main weapons, because you have the double armor, but sometimes you don't have the double armor, and then you just really need to be able to throw bombs, and if you only have 1 bomb to throw, it's difficult to defend in Rainmakers who don't have that pressure that keeps the enemy team back and keeps the Rainmaker playing careful. And we see a very angerless comp coming out of the side of both sides. Machines, Booyah Blitz, the ones running the machine, and then the CDS, the NZAP, and the K-Shot, and I guess they heard me when I said they needed more bombs, because they've got more bombs. And the other side, we've got the K-Gal coming back out, the Knot, and a double Inkjet comp actually, the Knot and the Octo Shot. I'm actually still that'll pay off, but Inkjet is a good defending special for Rainmaker, because if you can just, because the Rainmaker's unprotected, and if you can just fly over it helps a lot. And the Booyah Blitz, or rather, Demon Hunters are getting a very early lead, getting all the way to 44. So they've only got one member left alive. And that looks like it's going to be the end of the push, but an amazing early push right there.
Yeah, and that was super fast. Like 2 went down. That had the potential to be a really good push, but it seems like Demon Hunters just couldn't push up enough on time. The Octoshot was debating whether to flank or not, and in that time, Booyah Blitz kind of respawned.
Okay, for a second I thought Booyah Blitz was the one with 44, but then I lost track. And another Inkjet already coming out, chasing that Rainmaker down. Like I said, Inkjet is a good defense, especially it's really good for just taking out that Rainmaker. With 2 down again on Booyah Blitz, and Demon Hunter's not playing really aggressively, looking for picks, trying to take out the CDS, but the CDS does back off. The Rain's going to come out, which is going to deny Demon Hunters an immediate push, though. A member of Booyah Blitz is down again, so they might just be able to go, and then they get the 44, they're up on the ramp, they're all the way down to 24, getting 20 more points, and that's 3 down on the side of Booyah Blitz. The shot getting a nice pick right there. They've almost got another Inkjet. They just need to paint a little longer and keep a little more pressure up, and they'll have another Inkjet popping it as soon as they get it, looking for even more picks. Not going to get anything immediately, but they're going to clear a path for the Rain, someone to just yeet the Rainmaker right through that gap, and that's getting down to 17, and that's going to be 2 down on the side of Demon Hunters, so force it back up. The Nautilus finally taken down, and they get the down!
Oh.
They got right through! I didn't even...
And the T-Tech was just able to shark and take the Rainmaker. That's definitely one of the Rainmaker moments. That was really good.
Yeah.
And you saw that they continue to put pressure on, just because they knew that
And
they
look
could.
at that.
Even
look
they were.
at their KA too. 11.
Yeah, that was
like,
insane.
Twice,
The T-Tech
more than
really
twice any other person in the lobby got. And that there's only one more game left for Booyah Blitz to try to turn this back at this point. They need a reverse sweep. And they gotta win their own pick, and then they have to win 3 of their opponent's picks if they want to win this. And honestly, given how dominant we've seen Demon Hunters be, I think Booyah Blitz is probably not going to take this, but you never know.
Yeah, we definitely do not know if they just pull it around on this Climbless map. Maybe they figure out what exactly they need to do to counter Demon Hunter style. Maybe it's switching up the comp a little bit, and maybe it's just playing, like we saw in this game, playing a little bit more aggressive. Honestly, I think that it's very much possible for Booyah Blitz to take the rest of the set, although a reverse sweep isn't super likely. So yeah, I'm excited to see what Booyah Blitz tries to do to counter Demon Hunter's really aggressive style, especially with the double Inkjet.
I mean, one option would be if they had a backline charger or spot that they bring out, that would help, especially dealing with that Nautilus. But we saw, it seems that like Booyah Blitz is kind of just changing who's the start, or Demon Hunters just keeps having one member who's kind of the star of the show for a bit. We saw the Shot and the Machine and the Nautilus earlier. They've got really good players, and I think that they've got good individual skill, and I think their coordination's been good enough. They're just letting their individual players, they're enabling them to do a lot of damage because the rest of the team is there for them. Like we saw with the T-Tech and like the Machine. And we're going to see Climbless on Piranha Pit, which, well, it's a map. It's an interesting one because it kind of favors, if you do have a long-range weapon, it's got such nice lines of sight that it might be a good pick for Barracuda Blitz, or not Barracuda, Booyah Blitz, if they can pull out like a Charger or a Splatling or something just to slow down the side of Demon Hunters.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also Piranha Pit. You've got both ramps that provides a lot of cover. It's also a really good map for Inkjet because you've got a lot of height advantage. And even against a long-range weapon, if you're trying to push to their basket, you can just pop an Inkjet and continue to put on a lot of pressure. So, in a way, I think this also favors Demon Hunter's style because you can play around the drops, and you're going to be, when you're fighting at the drop or the belt, you're going to be put in a lot of close quarter situation, and I think that Demon Hunters can definitely take advantage of that. So it'll be interesting to see what Booyah does.
I'd say the Inkjet thing cuts both ways. Because, well, you do have an Inkjet now, you've got more range. But also, if there's a good backline of aim, you basically turn when you're launching and when you're a lot slower the whole time you're an inkjet and you're just a big flying target. Which, if the backliner has good aim, just you can get lasered like that. And we see the usual comp kind of Demon Hunters, and not much change to the Rapid. I like that pick. It's going to be good to counterplay that Nautilus, because it's going to punish any bad positioning, especially by the weapons that are a bit further back that can't really rush down the Rapid. But if they're in the wrong place, if they're not in a safe place, that Rapid's going to do a lot of damage. But they're already down. And that's a power clam already on the board. In 20 seconds, Demon Hunters has power clam out. They've got clams, so that's really nice coordination. Really good job controlling that clam economy. They're already down to 50. They got specials coming out. The Inkjet armor combo, keeping the Inkjet from exposing themselves too much. Getting a pick on that zap, denying Barracuda Blitz armor. They've got another Inkjet ready to roll. That Inkjet's not come out yet, but they've got two down. The Booyah Bomb coming out, and this is looking like it could just be a speedy KO.
Yeah, definitely. We see 3 clams coming in from the junior, and that's going to be a KO.
And that's going to be the
Demon
tournament.
Hunters
With,
against Booyah Blitz. That's grand finals of Little Squid League 13. I expected at least it to be a little bit closer, but it looks like the really aggressive style and the double Inkjet comp just really pushed Booyah Blitz back, and they weren't able to do much about it. In the start, you saw it can really just take advantage of the fact that no one was really on trying to challenge or contest the enemy drop. So then they just completely pushed in. Their teammates were right behind them, and they just got a kill. Their teammates cleaned up the rest, and that was it. It was very snowbally. And I think that's also one thing about Piranha Pit. It's a very snowballing map, so it also favors Demon Hunters.
Never push on the map. Though, in the end, there's a lot of just individual skill in Demon Hunters that outclassed Barracuda Blitz. We saw how good all their individual players played. But really good showing for both teams. And, well, even if they didn't win, that's second Little Squid League is definitely something to be proud of. And good job to both teams, as I was saying. Anything else before we go?
Not really. I honestly think that this LSL is probably the biggest that's ever been, so thanking everybody who joined and signed up and played today. Even if you weren't that one team who won the tournament, everyone did really well, and I had a lot of fun commentating.
Yeah, me too. And shout out to all the staff and our streamer Jub, who made some really kick-ass graphics and did a great job all day.